Hello? Okay. Tell me how close I sound like to the original.
Yeah, she done. Never knew.
You want to sleep, baby?
Huh?
You want to sleep?
No.
Like, bye.
No, I'm still here. Mm.
Alright, so, any other ones? Yeah, there's only one. It's my cookie and my juice. That's my cookie and that's my juice. You and your juice. It's my cookie. Okay, let me sing. I've heard it said that people come into our life. So it just sounds like me. A little sort of. Just me and God. That's not it. Okay. So relax. Okay. I don't think you just have to scroll and see what happens. Okay. Let's just solve. If you could do like, okay, so I have like sounds. Britney Spears.
If y'all can see him down here
I
right
can set
now.
up my little stream deck so I can use the thing that I can put the fucking sounds on.
SHREEM BRZEE.
So just okay, so we didn't have one for Britney Spears. Any Family Guy? It seems today that all you see is 5 points on all reasons. Justin Bieber. You know with a just like okay. When you type in Justin Bieber, new voice 3 comes up. So let's try that. This was all Curtis the third. Hello? Charlie from Violence Friends. Hello? It's what the fuck? Yeah, it sounded like it sounded like Charlie. Yeah, what job? This is what I love about Charlie. Hey everyone, it's me, Dad. He doesn't even speak English. sounds of nickel. Shrek. It's donkey. Donkey. It's like donkey. Yeah. Need some. Comes out like Hatsune Miku. Miku, Miku. Okay.
No, okay. What was that? What was that? Me too. Well, that's why. Why does it do that? Okay, let's try this one. Is she doing that? When she goes that hard? Hatsune. Okay, all of them are doing that. They're really screaming like that. Okay, how this one? Hatsune. Okay, we're done. With that.
We're done with fucking Miku. Wait, I typed in vanilla base and then your world came up.
18 pages.
That's my version. Why don't they have it on here? That's like, where they come. That's my version. My God. Okay, okay, we're still playing the game. Because I want to say it's a drink, so. Okay. Okay. Right. Okay. So anyway, let's go back. Okay. Okay. But I used to get my thing set up so I can have sounds and stuff. Miso and chai lover would be 10 gifted. Thank you, Miso and chai lover would be 10 gifted. Thank you, Miso and lover. Now what?
19 pages, 108 on each page.
Tomorrow, y'all, tomorrow. You! It's my last day of streaming for my break, and I'm going to be already out of London today because there is a problem in LA, and then I went to Jaden London today, and I bought some stuff at Jaden London. Hey, and that shit was like $700. Oh shit! What the fuck? Jaden London sponsor me. Holy fuck! That shit was $700. I got a budget. It was called Return with Receipt. It's okay, Seth is paid for it. Not Seth is paid for it against the bill. So that's the thing. And I'm not going to. Yeah, I'm not going to get it, but I saw a commercial today that Taco Bell is doing. Taco Bell has a crispy chicken crunch. Okay. Okay, I mean, on this, every time we're from, I like it. We have all the same. Wait for what? What? He got like hella money. You ever said I wanted that salad? No, I don't. guys, where I'm usually not this girl, guys. I'm usually like I know what I want. I know what I want. Steak freeze. Wait, there's this one place that has a decent rolls. Oh yeah, hold on. I might got like hella money right now. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh, on the way. That's what is my break? My last stream is gonna be tomorrow. My last stream is gonna be tomorrow. Things are fighting. They have to do this. Shit, things to think about. What are you gonna do on your break? A whole lot of nothing. So I'm gonna hang out with friends. I'm gonna go to this fancy hotel for a few days at some point. I'm gonna get a massage or a facial or something. Relax. Julie and I are gonna be working. We're gonna hang out. I don't have anything else set in stone yet. Christina gets back tomorrow. She's in Mexico. Building houses. But and oh my god. Oh my god. I don't know why I'm looking at this stuff. Yes, I'm just going to. Yeah. So, but I'll be going for street for 2 weeks, and then I am not going to be posting much. But if I post anything, it'll be like about really more like sponsored stuff that I post on certain days. But like that same time on Instagram post or something. But I'm really not gonna be. I'm gonna be going on stream for 2 weeks, and I'm also not gonna do any YouTube or Patreon videos this month. So, um, so yeah. But actually, and I know that a lot of people, and I did get people to like decide if they want to cancel their Patreon membership or not, because they, I wasn't able to see anything this month. But if you are somebody who's going to have extreme amount of withdrawals, and I haven't seen any of my
What?
Mm-hmm.
The PTO, compare the others. Compare the others. Compare the others. So yeah, if you want to just interview, and yeah, that's a good point. Someone said, y'all seem to forget she's a person too, and not a robot that survived my life. Yes. And most of you are very respectful, but there are some people that are like, what? No, we're doing the whole side of the time today, so I can laugh. And as somebody who has done like another very emotionally taxing this job, don't know, it's so much fun, but two things to each one.
19 pages down.
A lot to do all the time. So, and that's what the joy of that's the joy of yes. No, I never thought about this all the time. I was like, oh my god, what's so hard about screen like anyway. But oh my god, it's kind of all the damn time. My job is kind of all the time. Think about it. It's not just this recording and then I edit and then so like behind the scenes if you're gonna know about it. Public and people are saying hi. Thank you for everything. But if it's fun, it's awesome. And I don't, even if your job is fun, it's cool. You still need to wait. Someone said real pieces is one of the easiest jobs out there. Okay. Go live right now. Go live right now. And that is so sweet. Thank you, Colby. And also very true, very true. Oh my God, like, whoa, you're your best self when you're in the right mindset. You're the best self. Mindset. And for me to show up for you, like that's why I'm like I do my 3 days a week with the exception of like a random shit every now and then. Shake the ton of I do not know how to do that. I don't know. Genuinely not know. It's really only the book thing. So two things being so two things can be true at once. Like so I review myself and make videos every day for the rest of my life and not take a break because there's a lot of people out there who are trouble. Hey, I used to be the struggling one. I was selling pretty bad. Oh, hello. Holy crap. Like, baby, I was struggling. No, I'm not. Never that, because I hope you is that we are like, she doesn't charge a pack of them and like, not like this for that, but no, so, but right, so that's the thing though, because, just as I am living my dream now and everything, and I'm very, very, very grateful, and I talk about how grateful I am all the time, but I forget that he also lived a very normal life. I still do live a normal life. I still do. I just did it for the camera and people and I let them know that I have a normal life. But yeah, I still have that. I don't do too much shit that's not different from what I've ever done. I'm just an ordinary girl. I just like, okay, yes, I'll be every now and then. Bad luck, bad, which is one thing. Every now and then, I'll treat myself out of myself. Nice. Every now and then, I'll do that with them. What? I did that when I was dancing too. I would find myself alone for something nice every now and then, but yeah. So, and when I'm not like I am rich, I am rich, because it's your stuff, this mentality of like, oh my god, I am like I'm so and I know stuff that's not quite reality.
song did he got?
Hmm?
What song did he got?
3 hours.
You're out of here. Fucking give a damn. See ya. Bye. My page. Now, I know you're high vanilla deep support buddies. Like just okay. So I didn't know that today was everyone's first day on Earth. Okay. So I didn't know that today was everyone's first day. Like I get it. Right. Right. So that's what I did. Okay. You're being raised and I fall for it. And this is a good question. These how did you make it easier for yourself to get into those positive mindsets and set the proper goals for yourself? You know what? I feel like I genuinely like had this. I've always had this deep down feeling, just God, God feeling. No, seriously, like ever since I was younger, I always had this like gut feeling um, that like everything was gonna be fine, and like I was like everything was just no matter what, even when I drop out of high school, I'm not saying that, but I always just had this feeling that everything was going to be fine. So I kind of just played off of that. And if you don't have that feeling, you can kind of still just like tell yourself these things in the mirror, like just tell yourself these things in the mirror. You know what I mean? Just show me that. Just show me that. Can't wait till what happened. That's what it's interesting that you can feel that way, but also have anxiety and kind of relate to that. Yes, it's very interesting because, and that's how I know that, guys, okay, now we're jumping around. I see. Hey, they're kidding. They're kidding. Obviously, they don't know. That chat's on the rage bait. That chat's on the rage bait. Voted for Trump 3 times. Actually, four. Voted for 4 times. Voted for him back when I actually wrote him in. I wrote him in years ago. He wasn't even one. So, yeah. Who do you think told him to become the president? Who do you think gave the idea? You wrote him in? Oh, hell no! Oh, hell no! He had never, it just so he was never accepted into the office, okay? He got freaking blacklisted from the office. Just never. anybody with a video or don't. So what you're saying is so true. I've been super depressed with my family is in a cult, and I'm stuck in this craziness until I get to my village. I only get the motivation to get my butt up and work because I'm deserving and capable of doing so. And you are, and you are, and you are. And you are. You're going to get the fuck up out of here. You are going to fuck up out of here. Stay safe. You're going to get the fuck up out of here. And love you. Know that we are strong and we are. Okay. Shut up, gay guy. Shut up. Anyway. Okay. So, Justin, I got excited last night before I went. So, anyway. So, the story of how my parents found out that I was dancing. So, I was hoping, right? Was hoping. And so, as one did. And I posted on my Insta some stuff of me at the club. Okay? Nothing crazy. And I did not know. So, like, guess I had on the Finsta at some point. Snitch. That their mom then told someone else's mom. Who then told someone else's mom. Who then told my aunt. Who then told my mom. Right? He was like that type of shit. I was like, oh my god, right? So stupid. But it ended up doing it. So then, woman, okay, XOXO K3 on with me quiet, thank you, XOXO K3. Right? So then, literally years later, okay, literally years later, I'm at one of my friends, their parents does this like little Valentine's Day thing, okay, every year with like a bunch of people, like their adult friends, and like it's just a cute little party. And he was like, "You want to come?" Because I was living in Boston at the time, but I was home for whatever reason. And I was like, "Yeah, I'll go." Like, my friends and me, all this, like, so I guess one of the girls who I had on my face, who I wasn't even that close to, so you know what, I'm gonna have to have her. Her mom was drunk as a fucking skunk. Okay, this bitch was drunk as fuck, and she was like, "You know, my daughter was." She comes to me, she's like, "You know, my daughter wasn't the one who told me about it. Like your mom." I was like, literally, I was like, "What are you talking about?" I had no idea what she was. I was like, "Huh?" She was like, "Because I know you think it was my daughter, and I know that you think it was my daughter, but it wasn't my daughter." I'm like, "What the fuck are you on?" Okay, I'm like, "What are you fucking on?" So I'm so confused. I'm so confused. I'm like, what the fuck is she talking about? I guess when I took Matthew on the fix up, I guess when I took the daughter off, she got fucking butthurt about it or whatever. Oh, so I'm like, okay, so when your daughter, I'm like, okay, your daughter, you didn't say something though for you to know about this. I'm like, so what are you talking about? I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm like, okay, so you're kind of smoking that maybe probably what you talking about. Because how else would you even know about the fact that I don't know, she was just drunk and she was acting like she was well, I just want you to know it's not my daughter. I just want you to know that I didn't know that you think it's her. And I was like, I don't know what you're talking about, lady. Literally, I was like, bitch, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And I still don't even like, I don't know it's not him. I know that it's not him. It's like, and she was like, get the attitude of me. I was like, oh, bitch, no. I was like, no, it's me. You're like fucking refrigerator. Your sweater's on me. Make me get the fuck out of my face. And her daughter told me was listening. And guess what? At that point, I didn't give a damn. It's literally years later. I don't give a fuck. At that point, I was like, who cares, girl? Who the fuck your daughter's snitch? Who cares? My fault for having all my big friends in those places. So it was just so silly. I don't think like, okay. No. Then now, I just like, why the fuck is she talking? I was like, why is she talking to me crazy? So, and her daughter probably wasn't. Okay, my mom did it really yeah, but then she said, hey, I want you to stop dancing at. So I was like, okay, well, girl, I don't know, I'm trying to figure it out. And now I'm doing it. What is this? Donut. Damn, this is good as well. This one's not good. Yeah. Hold it, love vanilla. Y'all got thoughts on Ethel Kane did. Also, my homie Kate Ice shirt came today. Thanks for putting me on it. Also got a switch yesterday, and I'm obsessed with Tiny Book Shop. What are your top 5 switch games? Also, I'm officially 3 months out and loving life. Also, Snaga, yay! Hey! Oh my god, yes, I didn't remember the few posts that came out. Congratulations. I love Tiny Book Shop. I love the other people And FOP did, okay, so I did see that. I don't listen to FOP really, or like, it's good. I just don't listen to her. I don't know too much about her, but I saw that. I was like, hey, fuck it. Fuck it. And we all should just put our balls on Instagram. Like, genuinely, all should just put our balls on Instagram. I did really do that. I did do that. So, yeah, I saw that. I was like, hey, absolutely. So, yeah. Fuck the ball. Fuck the ball, man. Hey, egg, cucumber, like, back. Oh, and mushrooms. What do you think right now? What? Another dollar before that. How far along? How far along is it right now? Okay. How far before? Oh, that's here. I know. She was missing. She was a librarian. Okay, dang, dang. The shaders are gonna have to load in, guys. You have to wait for the shaders to load in. Hold on. Okay, we do that too. Give me a second. Once the shaders load in, though, it's gonna be totally fine. It's gonna be totally fine. Or it's crazy there, something. Give me a second. Okay. Okay. Wait for the shaders to load. We're not gonna do that. Oh my god, I'm gonna put my fucking balls in these balls. I really wish I had balls, like genuinely. I wish I had a dick ball so bad. But I still want to be a girl, but I want a dick ball. I'm so over having a pussy. Do you want to trade? girlfriend because they traded? Yes. So that's very transient. He said, well, yes, like he needs one. No, but well, that wouldn't even make sense though. I got bottom surgery to still be exactly. What are you doing? So he got to see.
Something of the terrible, and not little of that which might have excited, disgust. The Mask of the Red Death by Edgar Allan Poe. Guinea pigs. This was supposed to be a writer's retreat. It was supposed to be safe. An isolated writer's colony where we could work, run by an old-time man named Whitaker, until it wasn't. And we were supposed to write poetry, prose poetry. This crowd of us, his gifted students, locked away from the ordinary world for 3 months. And we called each other the matchmaker and the missing link, or mother names, city names, free association names. The same way, when we were little, we would make the names for the plants and animals. We called peonies, steeds, and dirt, and crawling ants, the ant flowers. We called cows, lazybugs. But even now, the same way you still call someone that man with one leg, or the blackbird. We call each other the Earl Sled, or Sister Vigilante. The names we earned based on our stories. The names we gave each other based on our life instead of our family. Lady Bad Lady, Agent Tattoo. Names based on our sins instead of our jobs. Saint Guthrie, and the Duke of Vandals. Based on our faults and crimes, the opposite of superheroes. Superheroes for real people. As if you cut open a rag doll found inside real existence, real arms, a being heart, blood, a lot of hot, sticky blood. And we were supposed to write short stories, funny short stories. Two of us locked away from the world for one whole spring, summer, winter, autumn, one whole season of that. It doesn't matter what the world is to you, not to the Mr. Whitaker. But he didn't say this first. To Mr. Whitaker, lab animals, and experiment. But we didn't know. No, this was only a writer's retreat until it was too late for us to be anything except his victims. Chapter 1. When the bus pulls to the corner where Comrade Snarky and Nichols waiting, she stands there in an army surplus flat jacket, dark olive green, and baggy camouflage pants the cops rolled up to show infantry boots. A suitcase on either side of her, with a black beret pulled down tight on her head. She could be anyone. The rule was, St. Guthrie says into the microphone that hangs above the steering wheel. And Comrade Snarky says, fine. She leans down to unbuckle a luggage tag off one suitcase. Comrade Snarky tucks the luggage tag in her olive pocket, then lifts the second suitcase and steps out into the bus. With one suitcase still on the curb, abandoned, orphaned, alone, Comrade Snarky sits down and says, okay. She says, drive. We were all eating notes that morning, before dawn, sneaking out on tiptoe with our suitcase down dark stairs, then along dark streets with only garbage trucks are coming. We never did see the sun come up. Sitting next to Comrade Snarky, the Earl Sled was writing something in a pocket notepad, his eyes flicking between her and his pen. And leaning over sideways to look, Comrade Snarky says, my eyes are green, not brown, and my hair is naturally this color auburn. She watches as he writes green, then says, and I have a little red rose tattooed on my butt cheek. Her eyes settle on the silver tape recorder picking out the shirt pocket, the little mesh microphone of it, and she says, don't write dyed hair, but either lift or tint the color of their hair. Near them sits Mr. Whitaker, where his spotty, trembling hands can grip the Beside it sits Mrs. Clark. Her breasts are so big, they almost rest in her lap. Eyeing them, Comrade Snarky leans into the gray flannel sleeve of the early slander. She says, purely ornamental, I assume, and of no nutrient value. That was the day we missed our last sunrise. At the next dark street corner, where Sister Vigilante stands waiting, she holds up her thick black wristwatch, saying, we agreed on 4:35. She taps the watch face with her other hand, saying, it is now 4:39. Sister Vigilante, she brought a fake leather case with a strap handle, a flatbed closed with a snap to protect the Bible inside. A purse hand-made to lug around the Word of God. All over the city, we waited for the bus, at street corners or bus stop benches, until St. Guthrie drove up. Mr. Whittier sitting near the front with Mrs. Clark, the Earl Slander, Comrade Smarky, and Sister Vigilante. St. Guthrie pulls the lever to fold open the door, and standing on the curb is little Miss Sneezy. The sleeves of her sweater lump with dirty tissue stuffed inside. She lifts her suitcase, and it rattles loud as popcorn in a microwave oven. With every step up the stairs into the bus, the suitcase rattles loud as far off machine gun fire. And Sneezy looks at us and says, my pills. She gives the suitcase a loud shake and says, a whole 3-month supply. That's why we knew about only so much luggage. So nothing. The only room was one bag per person, but Mr. Whittier didn't say how big or what kind. When Lady Bagley caught on board, she wore a diamond ring the size of a popcorn kernel, her hand holding a leash, the leash dragging a leather suitcase on little wheels. Waving her fingers to make her ring sparkle, Lady Bagley says, it's my late husband, cremated and made into a 3-carat diamond. At that, Comrade Slarky leans over the notepad where the Earl Slander is writing, and she says, this unit is one word. A few blocks later, after a couple traffic lights and around some corners, went Chef Assassin, carrying a molded aluminum suitcase with, inside, all his white elastic underpants and t-shirts and socks folded down to squares tight as origami, plus a matching set of chef's knives. Under that, his molded suitcase is solid packed with abandoned stacks of money, all of it $100 bills, all of it so heavy he used both hands to lift it into the bus. Down another street, under a bridge, and around the far side of the park, the bus pulled to the curb where no one seemed to wait. There, the man called the missing link stepped out of the bushes near the curb. All in his arms, he carried a black garbage bag, torn and leaking with plaid flannel shirts. Looking at the missing link, but talking sideways to the Earl Slander, Comrade Sergeant said, his beard looks like something like a shot. The dreaming world, they think we were crazy. Those people still in bed, they'd be asleep another hour, then washing their faces under their arms and between their legs before going to the same work they did every day, living that same life every day. Those people would cry to find us gone, but they would cry too if we were boarding a ship to start a new life across some ocean and great pioneers. This morning, we were astronauts, explorers, awake while they slept. These people would cry, but then they would go back to waiting tables, painting houses, programming computers. At our next stop, St. Guthrie swung open the doors, and a cat ran up the steps and down the aisle between the seats of the bus. Behind the cat came Director Denial, saying, his name is Carl. The cat's name was Carl Reynolds. I didn't name him, said Director Denial, between blazer and suit she wore frosted with cat hair, one lapel swollen out from her chest. A shoulder holster, says Comrade Sluggy, leaning close to tell the tape recorder in the Earl Slander's shirt pocket. All of this, whispering in the dark, leaving notes, keeping secret. It was our adventure. If you were planning to be stranded on a desert island for 3 months, what would you bring along? Let's say all your food and water will be provided, or so you think. Let's say you can only bring along one suitcase because there will be a lot of you, and the bus taking you all to the desert island is only so big. What would you pack in your suitcase? St. Guthrie brought boxes of pork rind snacks and dried cheese puffs, his fingers and chin orange with sawdust. One bony hand gripping the steering wheel, he tilted each box to pour the snacks into his thin face. Sister Vigilante brought a shopping bag of clothes with a satchel bag, setting the top. Leaning over her own went over the satchel far enough to show the 3 folds of a black bowling ball, saying, "My hobby." Conrad Snarky looks from the early slant squarely into his notepad, then looks at Sister Vigilante's pretty, tight black hair, not one strand below the instrument's pins. "That," Conrad Snarky says, "is tinted hair." At our next stop, Agent Tattletale stood with a video camera held to one eye, filming the bus as it pulled to the curb. He brought a stack of business cards and passed out to prove he was a private detective. With his video camera held as a mask covering half his face, he filmed us, walking down the aisle to an empty seat at the back, blinding everyone with the spotlight. A city block later, the matchmaker climbed on board, tracking horseshit on his cowboy boots. A straw cowboy hat in his hands and a duffel bag hung over one shoulder. He sat and peeled back his window and spit brown tobacco juice down the brushed steel side of the bus. This is what we brought along for 3 months outside of the world. Agent Tattletale, his video camera. Sister Vigilante, her bowling ball. Lady Batley, her diamond ring. This is what we need to write our stories. Miss Maisie, her pills and tissues. St. Guthrie, his snack food. Theodore Slander, his notebook and tape recorder. Shane Sasson, his knives. In the dim light of the bus, we all spy on Mr. Lee, the workshop organizer, our teacher. You can see the spotted, shining dome of his scalp under the few gray hairs combed across. The button-down collar of his shirt stood up, a starched white fence around his thin, spotted neck. "The people you're sneaking away from," Mr. Lee said, "they don't want you enlightened. They want to know what to expect." Mr. Woodward would tell you, you cannot be the person they know and the great and glorious person you want to become. Not at the same time. The people who really, actually loved us, Mr. Woodward said, they'd beg us to go, to fulfill our dream, practice our craft, and they would love us when we all came back. In 3 months, the little bit of life we each gamble, we risk. This much time, we bet on our own ability to create some masterpiece, a short story, or poem, or screenplay, or memoir that would make sense of our life. A masterpiece that would buy our way out of slavery to a husband or a parent or a corporation, that would earn our freedom. All of us driving along empty streets in the dark. Miss Timothy fishes a damp tissue out of her sweater sleeve and blows her nose. She sniffs and says, "Sneaking out this way, I'm so afraid of getting caught." Tucking the tissue back inside her cuff, she says, "I feel just like Anne Frank." Comrade Snarky digs the luggage tag out of her jacket pocket, the remains of her abandoned suitcase, her abandoned life, and, turning the tag over and over in her hand, still looking at it, Comrade Snarky says, "The way I see it," she says, "Anne Frank had life pretty good." And St. Guthrie, his mouth full of corn chips, watching us all in the rearview mirror, chewing salt and fat, he says, "How's that?" Director Denial pets her cat. Mrs. Clark pets her breasts. Mr. Woodward is crawling into a chair. Under a street light, on a corner of a head, the dark outline of another would-be writer reads, "Every Anne Frank," Comrade Snarky said, "never had to tour with her book." And St. Guthrie hits the air brakes and cranks the steering wheel to pull over. Landmarks. A poem about St. Guthrie. "Here's the job I left to come here," the saint says, "and the life I gave up. He used to drive a tour bus." St. Guthrie on stage, his arms folded across his chest, so skinny, his hands can touch the middle of his back. There stands St. Guthrie, with a single coat of skin painted on his skeleton. His collarbones move out from his chest, big as rat handles. His ribs show through his white t-shirt, and his belt, instead of his butt, keeps up his blue jeans. On stage, instead of a spotlight, a movie fragment. The colors of houses and sidewalks, street signs and parked cars, wipe sideways across his face. A mask of heavy traffic, vans and trucks. He says, "That job, driving tour bus. It was all Japanese, Germans, Koreans, all with English as a second language, with phrase books clutched in one hand, nodding and smiling whenever he told them on the phone, as he steered the bus around corners, down streets, past the houses of movie stars or expert money runners, apartments where rock stars had overdosed. Every day the same tour, the same mantra of murder, movie stars, accidents, places where peace treaties got signed, or presidents had slept. Until that day, St. Godfrey stops in front of the picket fence ranch house, just a detour to see if his parents' four-door Buick is still there. If this is still where they live, where pacing the front yard is a man pushing a lawnmower. There, into his microphone, the Saint tells his air-conditioned cargo, "You're looking at St. Mountain," and his father squinting at the wall of tinted bus windows. "The patron saint of shame and rage," says Guthrie. After that, every day, the tour includes the shrine of St. Mel and St. Betty. St. Betty being the patron saint of public humiliation. Parked in front of his sister's condo high-rise, St. Godfrey points to some high-up floor. Up there, the shrine of St. Ray, the patron saint of therapeutic abortion. Parked in front of his own apartment, he tells the bus, "There's the shrine of St. Godfrey." The saint himself, his pigeon shoulders, rubber band lips, baggy shirt, reflected even smaller in the rearview mirror. The patron saint of masturbation. While each seat in his bus, nodding heads, craning their necks, they look to see something divine. Guts. A story by St. Godfrey. Inhale. Take in as much air as you can. This story should last about as long as you can hold your breath, and then just a little bit longer. So listen as fast as you can. A friend of mine, when he was 13 years old, he heard about painting. This is when a guy gets banged up the butt with a dildo. Stimulate the prostate gland hard enough in the rumor is you can have explosive hands-free orgasms. At that age, his friend's a little sex maniac. He's always jonesing for a better way to get his rocks off. He goes out to buy a carrot and some petroleum jelly to conduct a little private research. Then he pictures how it's going to look at the supermarket check stand with a lonely carrot and petroleum jelly rolling down the conveyor belt toward the grocery store cashier. All the shoppers waiting in line, watching. Everyone seeing the big evening. He has a plan. So my friend, he buys milk and eggs and sugar and a carrot. All the ingredients for a carrot cake. And fascinating. But he's going home to stick a carrot cake up his butt. At home, he whittles the carrot into a blunt tool. He slathers it with grease and grinds his ass down. Then, nothing. No orgasm. Nothing happens except it hurts. Then this kid, his mom yells, "It's summertime." She says to come down right now. He works the carrot out and stashes this slippery, filthy thing in the dirty clothes under his bed. After dinner, he goes to find the carrot, and it's gone. All his dirty clothes while he ate dinner, his mom grabbed them all to do laundry. No way could she not find the carrot carefully shaven with a paring knife from her kitchen, still shiny with lube and skin. This friend of mine, he waits months under a black cloud waiting for his folks to confront him. And they never do. Ever. Even now he's grown up, that invisible carrot hangs over every Christmas dinner, every birthday party, every Easter egg hunt with his kids, his parents' grandkids. That ghost carrot is hovering over all of them. That's something too awful to name. People in France have a phrase, spirit of the stairwell. In French, esprit d'escalier. It means that moment when you find the answer, but it's too late. Say you're at a party and someone insults you, you have to say something, so under pressure with everybody watching, you say something lame. But the moment you leave the party, as you start down the stairway, then, magically, you come up with the perfect thing you should have said, the perfect crippling put-down. That's the spirit of the stairway. The trouble is, even the French don't have a phrase for the stupid things you actually do say under pressure, those stupid, desperate things you actually think will do. Some needs are too low even to get a name, too low to even get talked about. Looking back, kid psych experts and school counselors now say that most of the last leading teen suicide was kids trying to choke while they beat off. Their folks would find in the towel twisted around the kid's neck, the towel tied to the rod in their bedroom closet, their kid dead sperm everywhere. Of course, the folks cleaned up. They put some pants on their kid. They made it look better. Intentional, at least. The regular kind of sad teen suicide. Another friend of mine, a kid from school, his older brother in the Navy, said how guys in the movies jack off different than we do here. His brother was stationed in some camel country where the public market sells what could be fancy letter openers. Each fancy tool is just a thin rod of polished brass or silver, maybe as long as your hand with a big tip at one end, either a big metal ball or the kind of fancy carved hand you can see on a sword. His Navy brother says how Arab guys get their dick hard and then insert this metal rod inside the whole length of their bone. They jack off with the rod inside and it makes getting off so much better, more intense. It's this big brother who travels around the world sending back French phrases, Russian phrases, helpful jack-off tips. After this, the little brother one day he doesn't show up at school. That night he calls to ask if I'll pick up his homework for the next couple weeks, because he's a husband. He's got to share a room with old people getting their guts worked on. He says how they all have to share the same television. All he's got for privacy is a curtain. His folks don't come and visit. On the phone, he says how right now his folks could just kill his big brother. On the phone, the kid says how the day before, it was just a little stone. At home, in his bedroom, he was squatting on the bed. He was lighting a candle and flipping through some old porno magazines, getting ready to beat off. This is after he's heard from his neighbor brother, that helpful hint about how parents beat off. The kid looks around for something that might do the job. Ballpoint pen's too big, a pencil's too big and rough. But drip down the side of the candle, there's a thin, smooth, rigid wax that just might work. With just the tip of one finger, this kid snaps the long, rigid wax off the candle. He rolls it smooth between the palms of his hands, long, smooth, and thin. Stoned and horny, he slips it down inside, deeper and deeper into the abysses of his motor. With a good hang of the wax still poking on the top, he gets to work. Even now, he says those Arab guys are pretty damn smart. They've totally reinvented jacking off. Flat on his back in bed, things are getting so good this kid can't keep track of the wax. He's one good squeeze from shooting his wad when the wax is sticking out. The thin wax rod, it's slipped inside, all the way inside. So deep inside, he can't even feel the lump of it inside his fist tube. Downstairs, his mom shouts, "It's summertime." She says to come down right now. This wax kid and the carrot kid are different people, but we all live pretty much the same life. It's after dinner when the kid's guts stuck to her. It's wax, so we figured maybe it would just melt inside it and he'd piss it up. Now his back hurts. His kidneys. He can't stand spring. This kid talking on the phone from his hospital bed. In the background, you can hear bells ding, people screaming, game shows. The x-rays that show the truth. Something long and thin, bent double inside his bladder. This long, thin V inside him. It's collecting all the minerals in his face. It's getting bigger and more rough, coated with crystals of calcium that's bumping around, ripping up the soft lining of his bladder, blocking his piss from getting out. His kidneys are backed up. What little that leaks out his dick is red with blood. This kid with his folks, his whole family, them looking at the black x-ray with the doctor and the nurses standing there, the big V of wax glowing white for everybody to see. He has to tell the truth. The way Arabs get off. What his big brother wrote from the Navy. On the phone right now, he starts to cry. They paid for the bladder operation with his college fund. One stupid mistake, and now he'll never be alone. Sticking stuff inside yourself. Sticking yourself inside stuff. The candle in your dick or your head in a noose, we knew it was going to be big trouble. What got me in trouble? I called it pearl diving. This meant whacking off underwater, sitting on the bottom of the deep end of my parents' swimming pool. With one deep breath, I'd kick my way to the bottom and slip off my swim trunks. I'd sit down there for 2, 3, 4 minutes. Just from jacking off, I had huge lung capacity. If I had the house to myself, I'd do this all afternoon. After I finally pump out my stuff, my sperm would hang there in big, fat, milky goggles. After that was more diving, to catch it, to collect it and wipe each handful in a towel. That's why it was called pearl diving. Even with chlorine, there was my sister to worry about. But Christ almighty, my mom, that used to be my worst fear in the world. My teenage virgin sister thinking she's just getting fat and giving birth to a 2-headed retard baby. Both the heads looking just like me the father, and the uncle. In the end, it's never what you worry about. It gets you. The best part of pearl diving was the inlet port for the swimming pool filter and circulation pump. The best part was getting naked and sitting on it. As the French would say, who doesn't like getting their butt sucked? Still, one minute you just keep getting off, and the next minute, you'll never be alone. One minute I'm settling on the pool bottom and the sky is wavy light blue through 8 feet of water above my head. The world is silent except for the heartbeat in my ears. My yellow striped swim trunks are looped around my neck for safekeeping, just in case a friend, neighbor, anybody shows up to ask why I skipped football practice. The steady suck of the pool inlet hole is lapping at me, and I'm grinding my skinny white ass around on that thing. there under my Dixon in my hand. My folks are gone and they're working. My sister's got ballet. Nobody's supposed to be home for hours. My hand brings me right to getting off and I stop. I swim up to catch another big breath. I dive down and settle on the bottom. I do this again and again. This must be why girls want to sit on your face. The suction is like taking a dump that never ends. I dig hard and getting my butt eaten out. I do not need air. My heartbeat in my ears, I stay under until bright stars of light start whirling around in my eyes. My legs straight out, the back of each knee rubbed raw against my bottom. My toes are turning blue, my toes and fingers wrinkled from being so long in water. And then I let it happen. The big white gobs start spouting. Pearls. It's then I get some air. But when I go to kick off against the bottom, I can't. I can't get my feet under me. My ass is stuck. Emergency paramedics will tell you that every year about 150 people get this where you sucked by a circulation pump. Get your long hair caught with your ass, and you're going to drown. Every year, tons of people do. Most of them in Florida. People just don't talk about it. Not even French people talk about everything. Getting one knee up, getting one foot tucked under me, I get to half standing when I feel the tongue against my butt. Getting my other foot under me, I kick off against the bottom. I'm kicking free, not touching the concrete, but not getting to the air either. Still kicking water, thrashing with both arms. I may be halfway to the surface, but not going high. The heartbeat inside my head getting loud and fast. The bright sparks of light crossing and crisscrossing my eyes. I turn and look back. But it doesn't make sense. This thick rope, some kind of snake, white and green with veins, is coming out of the pool drain, and it's holding on to my butt. Some of the veins are leaking blood, red blood that looks black in the water and drifts away from little rips in the pale skin of the snake. The blood trails away, disappearing in the water, and inside the snake's thin, white skin, you can see lumps of some half-digested meat. It's the only way this makes sense. Some horrible sea monster or sea serpent, something that's never seen the light of day, has been hiding in the dark bottom of the pool drain, waiting to eat me. So I kick it with this slippery, rubbery, knotted skin and veins that an organ seems to pull out of the pool drain. It's maybe as long as my leg now, but still holding tighter on my butthole. With another kick, I'm an inch closer to getting another breath, still feeling the snake tug at my ass. I'm an inch closer to my escape. Knotted inside the snake, you can see corn and peanuts. You can see a long, bright orange ball. It's the kind of horse pill vitamin my dad makes me take to help me put on weight, to get a football scholarship, with extra iron and omega-3 fatty acids. It's that vitamin pill that saves my life. It's not a snake. It's my large intestine, my colon pulled out of me, what doctors call prolapsed. It's my guts sucked into the drain. Paramedics will tell you a swimming pool pump pulls 80 gallons of water every minute. That's about 400 pounds of pressure. The big problem is we're all connected together inside. Your ass is just the far end of your mouth. If I let go, the pump keeps working, unraveling my insides until it's got my tongue. Imagine taking a 400-pound shit, and you can see how this might turn you inside out. What I can tell you is your guts don't feel much pain. Not the way your skin feels pain. The stuff you're digesting, doctors call it fecal matter. Higher up is chyme, pockets of the thin, runny mess studded with corn and peanuts and round green peas. That's all there's a soup of blood and corn, shit, and sperm and peanuts floating around. Even with my guts unraveling out my ass and me holding on to what's left, even then my first want is to somehow get my suits back on. God forbid my folks see my dick. My one hand holding a fist around my ass, my other hand snags my yellow striped swim trunks that pulls them through around my neck. Still getting into them is impossible. You want to feel your intestines? Go buy a pack of those lambskin condoms. Take one out and unroll it. Pack it with peanut butter. Smear it with petroleum jelly and hold it underwater. Then try to tear it. Try to pull it in half. It's too tough and rubbery. It's so slimy you can't hold on. The lambskin condom, that's just plain old intestine. Now you can see what I'm up against. You let go for a second, and you're gutted. You swim for the surface for a breath, and you're gutted. You don't swim, you drown. It's a choice between being dead right now or a minute from right now. What my folks will find after work is a big naked fetus curled up on itself, floating in the cloudy water of their backyard, tethered to the bottom by a thick rope of veins and twisted guts, the opposite of a kid hanging himself to death while he jacks off. This is the baby they brought home from the hospital 13 years ago. Here's the kid they hoped would snag a football scholarship and get an MBA. who find me wrapped in a bloody towel, collapsed halfway from the kitchen telephone, the ragged torn scraps of my guts still hanging out the leg of my yellow striped swim trunks. What even the French won't talk about. That big brother in the Navy, he taught us one other good phrase, a Russian phrase. The way we say, I need that like I need a hole in my head. Russian people say, I need that like I need teeth in my asshole. Those stories you hear about how animals caught in a trap will chew off their leg. Well, any coyote will tell you a couple bites beats the hell out of being dead. Hell, even if you're Russian someday, you just might want those teeth. Otherwise, what you have to do is, you have to twist them out. You put one elbow behind your knee and pull that leg up into your face. You bite and snap your own ass. You run out of air and you will chew through anything to get that next breath. It's not something you want to tell a girl on the first date. Not if you expect a kiss goodnight. If I told you how it tasted, you would never, ever again eat calamari. It's hard to say what my parents were more disgusted by, how I got in trouble, or how I'd saved myself. After the hospital, my mom said, "You didn't know what you were doing, honey. You were in shock." Then she learned how to cook poached eggs. All of those people grossed out or feeling sorry for me. I need that like I need teeth in my asshole. Nowadays, people always tell me I look too skinny. People at dinner parties get all quiet and pissed off when I don't eat the pot roast they cook. Pot roast kills them. Baked ham, anything that hangs around inside my guts for longer than a couple hours, it comes out still food. Home-cooked lima beans or chunked white tuna fish, I'll stand up and find it still sitting there. That's one. After you have a radical bowel resection, you don't digest meat so great. Most people, you have 5 feet of large intestine. I'm lucky to have about 6 inches. So I never got a football scholarship. Never got an MBA. Both my friends, the wax kid and the carrot kid, they grew up, got big, but I've never weighed a pound more than I did that day when I was 15. Another big problem was my folks paid a lot of good money for that swimming pool. In the end, my dad just told the pool guy it was a dog. The family dog fell in and drowned. The dead body got pulled into the pond. When the pool guy cracked open the filter casing and fished out a rubbery tube of watery, penguin intestine with a big orange vitamin pill still inside, even then my dad just said, "That dog was fucking nuts." Even from my upstairs bedroom window, you could hear my old man say, he couldn't trust that dog alone for a second. Then my sister, Mr. Period. Even after they changed the pool water, after they sold the house and we moved to another state, after my sister's abortion, even then my folks never mentioned it again. Never. That is my family's invisible Karen. Now, you can take a good, deep breath, because I still have none. Chapter 2. Under the next street light stands the Reverend Godless. Next to him is a square suitcase. It's still early morning, enough that every color is black or gray. There, the black fabric of the suitcase is scarred with silver zippers running in every direction, a black Swiss cheese in little pockets and slots, sacks and compartments. Reverend Godless with his face, just a red ball bead around his nose and eyes, sticks stitched together with thread and scars, his ears twisted and swollen. His eyebrows are shaded. Stitched on with black pencil in 2 surprised arcs that rise almost to his hairline. Watching him climb up the bus steps, Kamala snarky fingers over the button of her jacket. Closing the button, she leans close to the tape recorder tucked in the man's pocket. Close into the little red recording light, Kamala snarky says, "The Reverend Godless is wearing a white blouse, a woman's blouse, with the buttons on the left." In the dim street light, his rhinestone buttons sparkle. Down the next stretch of road, around the next curve, standing outside the circle of the streetlight, standing back in the shadows, waits the Baron's frostbite. First, her hand reaches in through the open door of the bus. A normal hand, the fingers yellow, where she's held her cigarettes. No angry. The hand sets a plastic makeup case at the top of the steps. Then it appears a thigh, the swell of a breast, a waist melted in a trench coat. Then everyone looks away. We look at our watches. Or we look out the windows at parked cars and newspaper boxes, fire hydrants. Baron's frostbite brought tubes and tubes of lip wax, she said, for the edges of her mouth, for when it cracked and bled in cold weather. Her mouth, it's just a pretty shiny hole she screws open and shut to talk. Her mouth, just a pink lipstick pucker in the bottom half of her face. Leaning into the early slanter, whispering close to says, "Oh my God." As the Baron's frostbite takes her seat, only ancient tattletale watches her from safe behind the lens of his video camera. At the next stop, Miss America leaves with her exercise wheel, a pink plastic wheel the size of a dinner plate with black rubber grips poking out the side of the hub. You hold each grip and kneel down on the floor. You lean forward to balance on the wheel, then roll forward and back by clenching your stomach. Miss America brought the wheel and some pink leotards, unblonde hair color, and a whole pregnancy test. Walking down the aisle in the center of the bus, smiling at Mr. Whitman in his wheelchair, not smiling at Miss America. With every step, Miss America overlaps one foot a little in front of the other, making her hips look thin, always the forward leg hiding the one behind. The fashion model bottom, Comrade Sardi calls it. She leans over the other side of the notepad and says, "That color of blonde is what we call lifting the color." Miss America had written lipstick on the bathroom mirror, smeared there for her boyfriend to find in the hotel room they shared, for him to find before his morning television appearance. "I am not that." We had all left some kind of note behind. Director Denial headed the cab. She told us she'd written a memo to her entire agency, telling them, "Find your own objects to fuck." That memo she left on every desk last night, ready for her staff to find this morning. Even Stacey wrote a note, even if she had nobody to read. In red spray paint on a bus stop bench, she wrote, "Call me when you find it." The matchmaker left his note folded to stand on the kitchen table, so his wife couldn't miss it. The note said, "It's been 14 weeks since I had that head cold, and you still have not kissed me. But this summer, you milk the cows." The Countess Forsyth had left a note telling her parole officer he could reach her by dialing 1-800-FUCK-OFF. The Countess Forsyth steps out of the shadows wearing a turban and wrapped in a lace shawl. Floating down the aisle of the bus, she stops a moment next to Comrade Snarky. "Since you're wondering," the Countess says, and dangles a nickname, a plastic bracelet around her wrist. The Countess Forsyth says, "It's a global positioning sensor, a condition of my early release from prison." 1, 2, 3 steps past the comrade and the girl, their mouths still hanging a little loose, without looking back. The Countess Forsyth says, "Yes." She touches the turban with her fingernails in one hand and said, "Yes, I did read your mind." Around the next corner, past the next shopping center and franchise hotel, beyond another fast food restaurant, Mother Nature sits on a curb in a perfect lotus position, her hands painted with dark handlebars and resting on each knee. A choker of brass temple bells tinkling around her neck. Mother Nature brings on board a cardboard carton of clothes wrapped in protect boxes of thick oil. Candles, the box smelling of pine needles, the campfire smell of pine pitch, the salad dressing smell of basil and coriander, the import market smell of sandalwood. A long fringe sways along the hem of her sari. Comrade Snarky's eyes roll up to show all white, and she fans the air with her floppy black velvet braid, saying, "Patchouli." Our winter's colony, our desert island, should be nicely heated and air conditioned, or so we would led to believe. We'll each have our own room, lots of privacy, so we won't need a lot of clothes, or so we've been told. We have no reason to expect otherwise. The borrowed tour bus would be found, but we wouldn't. Not for the 3 months we leave the world. Those 3 months we'd spend writing and reading our work, getting our stories perfect. Last onward, around another block and through another tunnel, waiting at our last pickup spot, was the Duke of Vandals. His fingers smudged and stained from pastel crayons and charcoal pencils. His hands blotched from silk screen inks, and his clothes stiff with drabs and smatters of dry paint. All these colors are still only gray or black. The Duke of Vandals is sitting, waiting there, on a little toolbox heavy with tubes of oil paint, brushes, watercolors, and acrylics. He stands, making us wait while he shakes back his blonde hair and twists a red bandana around to make a ponytail. Still standing in the doorway of the bus, the Duke of Vandals looks down the aisle at us all. Spotlighted by Agent Tattletale's video camera, he says, "It's about time." No, we weren't idiots. We'd never really be stranded if we were really going to be cut off. None of us were so bored with the silly, below average, walk down, mediocre world that we'd sign our own demolition. Not us. A living situation like this, of course, we expected fast access to emergency health care just in case someone stumbled on the stairs where the repentance disciple burst. So all we had to decide was what to bring in our one suitcase. This this workshop, it's already supposed to have hot and cold running water, soap, toilet paper, tampons, toothpaste. The Duke of Vandals left his landlord a note that said, "Screw your lease." Even more important was what we didn't bring. The Duke of Vandals didn't bring cigarettes, his mouth teeth-grinding wads of nicotine gum. St. Guthrie didn't bring pornography. Countess Forsyth and Matchmaker didn't bring their wedding rings. As Mr. Weir would say, what stops you in the outside world, that will stop you in here. The rest of the disaster wasn't our fault. We had no reason, none whatsoever, to bring a chainsaw, or a sledgehammer, or a stick of dynamite, or a gun. No. On this desert island, we were completely safe. Before sunrise, on this sweet new day, we won't ever see them. Some would like to leave. Maybe too safe. It's because of all this, we brought nothing that could save us. Around another corner, along another stretch of expressway, down an off-ramp, we drove until Mr. Weir said, "Turn here." Gripping the chrome frame of his wheelchair, he jabbed each of the finger. The steel withered and shrunk, the fingernail bone yellow. Comrade Snarky poked her nose up and sniffed and saying, "Am I going to have to live with that patchouli stink for the next 12 weeks?" Miss Hazel coughed into a fist. And St. Guthrie steered the bus down a tight, dark alley. Between buildings so close, they splashed back the brown spit of the Matchmaker, tobacco spattering the front of his big overalls. Walls so close, the concrete skin of the hairy elbow of his leg had resting on the sills of the window. Until the bus pulls to a stop and the door folds open to show another door. This second door is steel, in a concrete wall. The alley so narrow, you can't see down any length. Mrs. Clark slips out of her seat, down the steps, and jerks open a padlock. Then she's gone, inside. The bus door opens on a slot of pure nothing, just black. The slot just wide enough to squeeze through. From inside, you catch the needle-sharp smell of mouse urine. Mix in the same smell as opening an old damp book half eaten by silverfish. Mix in the smell of dust. And from the darkness, Mrs. Clark's voice says, "Hurry and get inside." St. Guthrie will join us after he leaves the bus parked for the police to find. Ditches the evidence, blocks maybe miles away. Where they'll find it, untraceable back to the steel doorway into concrete and dark. Our home, our desert island. All of us crowded into that moment between the bus and the pitch dark. At that last moment outside, Agent Tattletale tells us, "Smile." What Mr. William called the camera behind the camera behind the camera. That first moment of our new secret life, the spotlight hits us so bright and fast it leaves the dark more dark than black. That instant leaves us grabbing hold of each other by the coats and elbows, trying to stay upright, blinking blind, but trusting, while Mrs. Clark's voice leads us through that steel doorway. That video moment, the truth about the truth. Smell is very important, Mother Nature says. Lugging her cardboard box, her brass bells tingling, clutching the dark, she says, "Don't laugh. But in aromatherapy, they want you never to light a sandalwood candle around midnight incense."
Undercover, a poem about Mother Nature. I tried to become a nun, says Mother Nature, because I needed to hide out. She didn't count on the drug test. Mother Nature on stage, her arms are vying with red anagraphy. From her fingertips to the shoulder straps of her tie-dye rainbow-colored cotton smock. Around her neck, a choker of brass temple bowls has turned the skin green. Her skin shining with patchouli oil. Boom, Mother Nature says. But not just urinalysis. She says, they test with hair and fingernail samples. She says, that's plus the background check. The morals clause, the background check, the credit check, the dress code. Standing on stage, barefoot, instead of a smile or frown, the movie fragment of night sky washes across her face, a galaxy of stars and moons. Her lips red with beet juice, her eyelids smooth with yellow saffron dust. There, a shifting mass of pink nebulas, of planets with rings and craters. Mother Nature says they ask for too many letters of reference, plus a polygraph test, 4 pieces of picture ID. 4, Mother Nature says, holding up the headed fingers of one hand. Her bracelets of brass wire and dirty silver rattling wind chimes around her wrist. She says, nobody has 4 pieces of picture ID. To the become a nun, she says, you have to take a sit-down test, worse than the SATs and the LSATs put together. And full of story problems, such as how many angels came dance on the head of a pin. All of this, Mother Nature says, just to find out if you're marrying Christ on the rebound. Her long hair pulled away from her face, braided and falling down her back. Mother Nature says, of course I failed. Not just the drug test. I failed everything. Not just as a nun, but throughout most of her life. She shrugs, her freckled shoulders under the tie-dyed straps. So here I am. The constellations shifting and crawling across her face. Mother Nature says, I still needed someplace to hide.
Footwork, a story by Mother Nature. Don't laugh, but in aromatherapy, they warn you never to light a lemon cinnamon candle at the same time you light a clove candle and a cedar nutmeg candle. I just don't tell you why. In feng shui, you never let on, but just by putting a bed in the wrong spot, you can focus enough chi to kill a person. You can give a late-term abortion with just acupuncture. You can use crystals or aura work to give people skin cancer. Don't laugh, but there are back alley ways you can turn anything you age into a killing tool. Your last week at massage school, they teach you never to work the transverse reflex zone and the heel of the foot. Never touch the arch of the left foot dorsum, and especially not the outer leftmost aspect. But they don't tell you how to. This is the difference between therapists who work the light side versus the dark side of the industry. You go to school to study reflexology. It's the science of manipulating the human foot to heal or stimulate certain parts of the body. It's based on the idea that your body is divided into 10 different energy meridians. Your big toe, for example, is connected straight to your head. To cure dandruff, you massage the little spot just behind your big toenail. To cure sore throat, you massage the middle joint of the big toe. This isn't the kind of health care covered by any insurance plan. This is like being a doctor, but without the income. The kind of people who want the space between each toe to cure brain cancer, they don't tend to have loads of money. Don't laugh, but even with years of experience manipulating people's feet, you'll still find yourself poor and rubbing the feet of people who never made income their top priority. Don't laugh, but one day, you see a girl who went to massage school. This girl, she's your safe age. You both wore beads together, you two braided dried sage and burned it to cleanse your energy field. The two of you were tie-dyed and barefoot and running off to feel noble while you rubbed the feet of dirty homeless people who came to the school's free practice clinic. That was years and years ago. You're still poor. Your hair has started to break off of the scalp. From poor diet or gravity, people think you're frowning even when you're not. This girl you went to school with, you see her coming out of a posh midtown hotel, the doorman holding the door open as she sweeps out, swinging ferns and wearing high heels that no reflexologist would ever strap her feet inside. While the doorman is lighting her a cab, you go close enough to say, "Lentil?" The woman turns, and it's her. Real diamonds sparkle at her throat. Her long hair shines thick, heaving in waves of red and brown. The air around her smells soft as roses of twilight. Her fur coat, her hands and leather gloves, the leathers, pale and nicer than the skin on her own face. The woman turns and lifts her sunglasses to rest on the crown of her hair. She looks at you and says, "Do I know you? You went to school together when you were younger." The doorman holds the cab's door open, and the woman says, "Of course she remembers." She looks at her wristwatch, blinding bright with diamonds in the afternoon sun, and says in 20 minutes she needs to get across town. She asks, "Can you find a more?" You look into the cab, and the woman hands the doorman a $20 bill. He touches his cap and says it's always such a pleasure to see her. The woman tells the cab driver the next address, someplace a little farther uptown. The cab swings into traffic. Don't laugh, but this woman, Lentil, your old friend, she loops one fur coat arm out of the hand of her purse. She snaps the purse open, and inside is stuffed nothing but cash money, layers of $50 and $100 bills. With a gloved hand, she digs into these and finds a cell phone. To you, she says, "This won't take me." Next to her, your Indian printed cotton wrap skirt, your flip-flop sandals, and brass bell necklace don't look chic and ethnic anymore. The kohl around your eyes and the faded henna designs on the back of your hands, they make you look like you never take a bath. Next to her diamond stud earrings, your favorite dangling silver earrings from the thrift store Christmas tree ornaments. Into the cell phone, she says, "I'm en route." She says, "I can take the 3 o'clock, but only for a half hour." She says goodbye and hangs up. She touches your hand with a soft, smooth glove and says, "You look good." She asks what you're doing. "Oh, the same old, same old. manipulating feet. You've got a good list of repeat clients. Lentil chews her bottom. She says, so you're still into reflexology? And you say, yeah, you don't see how you'll ever retire, but it pays the bills. She looks at you as the cab goes a whole city walk, not saying a word. Then she asks if you are free for the next hour. She asks if you'd like to make some money, tax-free, doing a four-handed foot manipulation for her next client. All you have to do is one foot. You've never done reflexology, hardly a time. 1 hour, she says, and we get $2,000. You ask, is this legal? And Lentil says, $2,000 each. You ask, just for a foot massage? Another thing she says, don't call me Lentil. She says, when we get there, my name is Angelique. Don't laugh, but this is real. The dark side of reflexology. Of course, we knew some aspect of it. We knew by working the plantar surface of the big toe, you could make someone constipate. By working the angle above the top of the foot, you could get diarrhea. By working the inside surface of the heel, you could make someone impotent or give them a migraine headache. But none of this would make you money, so why bother? The cab pulls up to a carved pile of stone, the embassy of some Middle Eastern oil economy. A uniformed guard opens the door and Lentil gets out. You get out. Inside the lobby, another guard wands you with a metal detector looking for guns, knives, whatever. Another guard makes a phone call from a desk top of a slab of white stone. Another guard looks inside Lentil's purse, pushing aside the paper money to find nothing but her cell phone. The doors to an elevator open and another guard waves you both inside. Lentil says, just do what I do. She says, this is the easiest money that we're making. Don't laugh, but in school, you hear the rumors about how a good reflexologist might be lured away to the dark side, to work just certain pleasure centers of the sole of the foot, to give what people only whisper about, what English people would call foot jobs. The elevator opens onto a long corridor that leads to only one set of double doors, walls of polished white stone, the floor of stone. The double doors are frosted glass, and open to a room where a man sits at a white desk. He and Lentil kiss each other on the cheek. The man behind the desk, he looks at you, and talks slowly to Lentil. He calls her Angelique. Behind him, another set of double doors open into a bedroom. The man waits the two of you to go through, and he stays behind, locking the doors. He locks you inside. Inside the bedroom, a man lies face down on a huge round bed of white silk sheets. He wears silk pajamas shining in the sun, and his bare feet hang off one edge of the bed. Angelique tugs off one of her gloves. She takes off the other one, and you both kneel in the deep carpet and each take a foot. Instead of a face, all you can see is his greased comb and black hair, his big ears fuzzed with tufts of black hair. The rest of his head is sunk into the white silk pillow. Don't laugh, but those rumors are true. By pressing the Angelique breast, by working the genital reflex zone on the plantar side of the heel, she had the man roll you face down in his pillow. Before your hands are even tired, the man is bellowing, soaked in sweat, the blue silk makes into his back legs. When he's silent, when you can't tell if he's even breathing, Angelique whispers, it's time to go. The man at the desk gives you each $2,000 in cash. Outside on the street, a guard flags a cab for Angelique. Getting into the backseat, Angelique hands her business card. It's the phone number for a holistic healing clinic. Under the number handwritten, it says, ask for Debbie. The soft leather glove of her hand, the roses of her perfume, the sound of her voice, it all says, call me. People have a lot of reasons they get into giving foot jobs. The idea that you can give your family a better life. You can give your mom and dad a little comfort and security, a car, a condo on the beach in Florida. The day you gave your folks the keys to that condo, that was the happiest day of your life. That day they cried and admitted they never thought their baby would ever make a living just rubbing people's stinky feet. That's a day you'll pay for the rest of your life. Don't laugh, but it's not illegal. You're doing a simple foot manipulation. Nothing sexual happens except your client has an orgasm that leaves them too weak to walk for the next couple days. Men or women, doesn't matter. You work the right spot in their feet, and they come hard as a seizure. So hard there's a smell when they lose control of their bowels. So hard most clients can only look at you, drool coming out one corner of their mouth, and motion with a threatening finger for you to take a stack of $100 bills on the dresser with a coffee table. Lenny calls from the clinic, and you get on a chartered jet to London. The clinic calls, and you fly to Hong Kong. The clinic is just Lenny, a guy with a Russian accent who lives in a suite in the Park Hampton Hotel. telling you what flight to catch, what hotel room or private island where the next client's waiting. Don't laugh, but the downside is you never have time to go shopping. The money just piles up. Your uniform is a fur coat. To fit into this uniform, you get blue gold lanyard jewelry. You keep a head of perfect glossy hair. Sitting in the lobby of Ritz-Carlton, you might see if the kids you went to reflexology college with now wearing Armani suits, Chanel cocktail dresses. Kids who used to be vegan bicycle commuters, and now you see them climbing in and out of limousines. You see them eating alone at small tables in hotel dining rooms, drinking cocktails in the bar at private airports, waiting for the next charter jet. What used to be idealistic dreams, now they run into professional footwork. These hippie dreadlock earth mothers and goatee skater pups, you hear them on the telephone giving seminars to their stockbrokers, stashing money in offshore accounts and Swiss safety deposit boxes, haggling over uncut diamonds and fruit. Boys named Trout and Pony, Lizard, and Oyster, now they're all called Dirk. Girls named Buttercup are all called Dilly. This flood of people doing footwork brings the price down. Soon enough, instead of software millionaires and oil sheiks, you're ordering in a hotel bar, wearing your last year's profit and turning foot tricks for $20 a pop. You're slipping under tables to manipulate the feet of conventioneers sitting at restaurant backwoods. You're putting out a big fake birthday cakes to do the feet of whole football teams and bachelor parties just to keep up the payments of your parents' retirement. It's just a matter of time before you contract some incurable toenail fungus under your silk-wrapped French manicure. You do all this just to pay the interest of money borrowed from Lenny and his Russian mafia. Money borrowed to buy stocks that tanked, stocks recommended by Lenny. Or to buy the jewelry and shoes Lenny said you need to fit in. You're in the hobby bar at the Park Hampton Hotel trying to talk a drunk businessman into a $10 foot job in the men's room. And Twitter Angelique walking across the lobby headed for the elevators. Her hair shining, her furs dragging on the carpet behind her high-heeled feet. Angelique still looking great. Her eyes catch her, and with one blunt hand she waves you over. When the elevator comes, she says she's going up to Lenny's penthouse suite in Italy. She looks at you with her scuffed high heels and fingernails chipped and jagged, and she says, "Come see what the next growth industry will be." The elevator stops on the 50th floor. The whole penthouse leads to Lenny, where two pinstripe suits full of muscle stand guarding the door. It's these fools who pay Lenny's cut to half of everything you make. One guard says your names into a microphone into his lapel, and the doors unlocked with a loud buzz. Inside, it's just you and Angelique and Lenny. Don't laugh, but lonely and isolated as your life is doing footwork, Lenny's life looks worse. Locked up here on the penthouse floor, wearing a white terry cloth bathrobe all day, counting his money and talking on the telephone. The only furniture is a desk chair, the seat is stained and dirty. A mattress is propped near walls of glass that look out at the whole city. On a computer screen, stock prices scroll up without stopping. Lenny comes to the both of you, his bathrobe hanging open, wearing wrinkled striped boxer shorts inside, white socks turned yellow on his feet. Lenny reaches both hands toward Angelique's face and says, "I hate you. I failed." He cups her face in his hand and says, "On what?" In her high heels, Angelique must be a head taller than him. She smiles and says, "Lenny." And Lenny smacks her hard, one hand across her face, and he says, "You're cheating on me. That's how you are." He holds one hand up with the palm open and ready to smack her again. And Lenny says, "You're taking outside assignments, aren't you?" Holding one gloved hand to her cheek, hiding the red print in Lenny's hand, Angelique says, "Baby, no." And Lenny drops his hand. He turns his back to her. Lenny goes to look out the windows, the city spread out right next to his mattress. "Baby," Angelique says, "let me show you something new." Angelique looks at me. She goes to stand next to him, putting her gloved hands on his shoulders from behind, and Angelique says, "Let mommy show you how much she still loves her, baby." She steers Lenny to sit on the mattress, then to lie back. She slips the yellowed sock off each of his feet. "Come, baby," she says. Taking off her gloves, she says, "You know I give a really good." Then Angelique does what you've never seen before. She gets down on her knees, she opens her mouth, her lips stretched wide and thin, and runs her tongue along the bottom of Lenny's soul. Angelique cuts her lips around Lenny's heel, and Lenny starts to moan. Don't laugh, but there are jobs worse than the worst job you can imagine. A medium mogul with no history of high blood pressure, he's found dead of a stroke in a room at the Four Seasons. A rock star in perfect health dies of kidney failure after a football massage in the Chateau Marmont. We have access to the fleet of presidents, consultants, CEOs, and movie stars, kings and queens. We know how to make a pain hit look like natural causes. This is what Angelique tells you on the way down the elevator. After Lenny moved and thrashed, after Angelique mouthed his foot until the one long move with Lenny sat up on the mattresses, clutching his chest in both hands and gaping his open mouth at her, still sucking his heel. After his heart stopped, Angelique pulled the bed sheets up to his chin. She wiped the lipstick off his foot and smeared more around her mouth. She unplugged his phones and told the guards Lenny was taking a long nap. On the way down the elevator, Angelique tells you this was her last good job. This kind of foot hit paid in bucks cash. A rival agency had hired her to help off Lenny, and now she was out of business for good. In the lobby bar, the two of them had a cocktail together, tasting Lenny's foot out of her mouth. Just one last goodbye drink. Then Angelique says to look around the hotel lobby. The men swings good in their clothes. They're all walking killers, she says. Reiki killers, colonic irrigation assassins. Angelique says in gem therapy, just by putting a quartz crystal on someone's heart, then an amethyst on his liver, and a turquoise on his forehead, you induce a coma that results in death. Just by sneaking into a room and rearranging someone's bedroom set, a feng shui expert can trigger kidney disease. Mom's combustion, she says, the science of burning coats of incense on someone's acupuncture is addicted him. So can shiatsu. She drinks the last of her cocktail and takes off a strand of pearls from around her neck. All those cures and remedies that claim to be 100% natural ingredients, therefore 100% safe, actually laughs. She says cyanide is natural, so is arsenic. She hands the pearls to you and says, from now on, I'm back to being lentil. That's how you want to remember Angelique. Not the way she looked in the newspaper the next day, fished out of the river in a soggy pink coat, her earrings, a diamond watch taken to make it look like a robbery. Not with her feet fondled to death, but dead the old-fashioned way, with a hollow point bullet to the back of her perfect French braid. A warning to all the dukes and Dominiques who might jump ship. The clinic calls, not Lenny, but some other Russian accent trying to send you to clients, but you don't trust them. The guards saw them. Up at the penthouse. They must have another hollow point ready for the back of your head. Your folks call from Florida to say a black town car keeps following, and somebody calls to ask if they know how to find you. By now, you're already running from flophouse to flophouse, giving back alley foot jobs for enough cash to stay alive. You tell your folks to be careful. You tell them not to get massaged by anybody they don't know. Calling them from the payphone. You tell them to never mess with therapy, quartz, Reiki. Don't laugh, but you're going to be traveling for a long time. Maybe the rest of your life. You can't explain. By now, you've run out of words. So you tell your folks goodbye.
Chapter 3. Our first week, we need to be Wellington, while Miss America knelt at every doorknob trying to pick the lock with a palatine ball from the Quebec's. We ate striped sea bass, while Miss Easy ate pills and capsules from the radical jars in her suitcase, while she coughed into her fist and wiped her nose on her sweater sleeve. We eat turkey tetrazzini, while Lady Bat ate toys with her diamond. With the platinum band turned around, she talks to the big diamond that seems to sit cupped in a puddle. Packer, she says, this is nothing like I've been led to expect. Lady Bat says, how can I write anything profound if my environment isn't ideal? Of course, Agent Tattletale's videotaping her. The little slander holds his tape recorder to catch every word. A cough, cough here. A cough, cough there. Here a bitter bitch everywhere a complaint. Miss Stacy says the air is swimming with toxic mold spores. A roundabout. A cough, cough there. No one working. No writing getting done. Skinny said Guthrie, his face was always looking up. His mouth big, baked open as he poured in chili or apple pie or shepherd's pie from a silver nylon bag. His Adam's apple bomb with each swallow, his tongue funneling with warm mess past his teeth. Chewing his tobacco, the matchmaker spit on the stained carpet and said this dank building, these dim trimming rooms, had nothing in common with the writer's colony he pictured. People writing longhand, looking down old clean lawns, writers eating box lunches, each in their own private cottage. Orchards of apricot trees in the blizzard with white flower petals. Afternoon naps under chestnut trees. Croquet. Even before she started to outline her screenplay, writes a masterpiece. Miss America said she couldn't. Her breasts were too sore to write, her arms too tired. She couldn't smell today's veal cutlets without vomiting in the middle of the crab cakes from the day before. Her period was almost a week late. It's sick building syndrome, Miss Casey told her. Her raw red nose already staying sideways, wiped in profile against one cheek. Trailing her fingers along the railings and carved backs of the chairs, leaving back many shingles into dust. Look, she told the fat diamond in her hand. She said, Packer, this is not acceptable. In our first week of locked away, Miss Lizzie was coughing, breathing in slow, deep notes, a pipe organ playing. Miss America was rattling locked doors, yet inside the green velvet drapes in the Italian Renaissance lounge to find windows brick door. With the handle of her pink plastic exercise wheels, she broke a stained glass window in the office smoking room, only to find a cement wall, wired with bulbs to fit dimly behind it. In the French Louis XV lobby, the chairs and sofas were all cornflower velvet, the walls crowded with visible plaster curls and scrolls made of gold. There, Miss America stood in her pink spandex activewear and asked for the key. Her hair, an ocean wave of blonde braided curls and flips against the back of her head. She needed the key so she could go out, just for a few days. You're a novelist, Mr. Peterson. He had resting flat on the chrome arms of his wheelchair, his foot tapped an invisible telegram. Then, chased with wrinkles, the bones of his hands trembled in a constant roar. A screenwriter, Miss America said, a fist on each pink spandex hand. Looking at her, tall and little. Of course, Mr. Peterson. So write a movie script about being tired. No, Miss America needed to see an obstetrician. She needed blood work done. She needed prenatal vitamins. I need to see someone, she said. Her boyfriend. And Mr. Whittier said, this is why Moses led the tribes of Israel into the desert. Because those people had lived for generations as slaves. They learned to be rebels. To create a race of masters from a race of slaves, Mr. Whittier said. To teach a control group of people how to create their own lives. Moses had to be an asshole. Sitting at the edge of a blue velvet chair, Miss America kept nodding her blonde head. Her hair flip-flopping. She understood. She understood. Then she said, the key. And Mr. Whittier told her, no. He balanced a silver mylar bag of chicken marsala on his knees, all around him with a carpet patched and sticky with dark mold. Each socket patch, a shadow branch with arms and legs. A building ghost. Spoon of chicken marsala, Mr. Whittier says, until you can ignore your circumstances and just do as you promise, he says, you'll always be controlled by the world. And what do you call this? Miss America says, stirring the dusty air with her hands. Then Mr. Whittier says, for the first of a million times, I'm only holding you to your word. And what stops you here is what stops your entire life. The air will always be too filled with something. Your body too sore or tired, your father too drunk, your wife too cold. You will always have some excuse not to live your life. But what if something happened? What if we ran out of food? Miss America says. You'd open the door then, wouldn't you? But we're not, Mr. Whittier says, his mouth full of chewed chicken and capers. We're not running out of food. And no, we weren't. Not yet. That first week inside, we ate vegetable curry over rice. We ate teriyaki salmon. All of it freeze dried. For food, we had green beans sealed in mylar bags you couldn't tear with your bare hands. Vermin-proof was stenciled in black ink on each silver bag. We had vermin-proof green beans and chicken pot pie and golden sweet whole kernel corn. Each side of each bag, something round, loose twigs and rocks and sand. Each bag inflated to a silver pillow with a puff of nitrogen to keep the contents dead. The lasagna, green sauce, or cheese ravioli. Vermin-proof or not, our missing link could rip a bag open with its bare, pubic, hairy hands. To cook dinner, most people cut the bag open with scissors or a knife. You reached in and dug around until you found the little tea bag of iron oxide, added to absorb little trace of oxygen. You fished out the tea bag and dumped in so many cups of boiling water. We had a microwave. We had plastic forks and spoons, paper plates, and running water. You read 10 pages in a vampire novel, and dinner was served. Instead of sticks and hot water, the silver pillow was full of home-style meatloaf or beef stroganoff. We'd sit on the blue carpet of the lobby stairs, a rippling blue waterfall, each step so wide we could all share the same one, and our elbows not poke each other. This was the saying being strong enough the president and Congress would be eating deep underground during the nuclear war. It was from the same man. Other silver bags were stenciled chocolate devil's food cake and bananas Foster, mashed potatoes, macaroni and cheese, freeze-dried French fries, all of it comfort food. Every bag had a good until date that wouldn't come until they were dead. A shelf life until after most babies would be dead. Strawberry cupcake with a 100-year lifespan. We ate freeze-dried lamb with freeze-dried mint jelly while Lady Bagley discovered in her heart's own heart that she really did love her dead husband. She loved him, she cried into her hands. Her shoulders hunched and jerking with sobs inside her raincoat. Cradling the fat diamond in her palm, she needed to get out and bury her 3-carat husband in their family plot. We ate Denver omelets while eating the vandals and snapped and popped as nicotine gum and said this was a terrible time to give up smoking. Ed saved Guthrie lost the feeling in his left hand, a repetitive motion injury, trying to climax without a picture. The cat of director denial, the cat named Coral Reynolds, ate leftover striped sea bass while Countess Forsyth and the Reverend Godwins worried they weren't simple enough. We walked into a trap. They worried someone might find us. They told Mr. Whittier they needed to keep moving, hiding, running to stay safe. Reverend Godwins, clutching a Barbra Streisand album, his split blood sausage lips moving as he read the lyrics from the line notes. He told the Earl of Slander's tape recorder, I just assumed we have stereo here. In the viewfinder of Agent Tattletale's video camera, Chef Assassin looked at dripping green spoons full of sweet souffle into his fat face, saying, I'm a professional chef. I'm not food critic, but I can't go 3 months on instant coffee. Of course, everyone said they'd still write their work, their poems and stories. They'd complete their masterpiece. Just not here. Not now. Later. Outside. Our first week here, we got nothing done. Except complain. It's not an excuse, Miss American said, holding the flat stomach in both hands. It's a human life. Miss Lindsay coughed into a fist. She sniffed, her eyes bulging and bloodshot behind tears, and said, my life's at stake here. One hand digging in her pocket for another pill. And of course, Mr. Whittier shook his head. No. Sitting in his blue velvet chair, the lobby swirling gold and velvet around him, Mr. Whittier scooped clam chowder out of a mylar bag and said, tell me a story about the baby's father. To Miss America, he said, run me a scene of how you met him. And Agent Tattletale's camera zoomed in on Miss America's face for a close-up reaction shot.
Product improvements. Poem about Miss America. I'm always looking, says Miss America, for what's not to like every time she looks in a mirror. Miss America on stage, her blonde hair coils and spirals, billows and moves to make her face look as small as possible. One high-heeled foot placed just a little in front of the other to make her legs open, so her hips look more narrow. Standing sideways, she twists her shoulders to face the audience head-on. All of this breathless contortion to make her waist look itty-bitty. On stage, instead of a spotlight, a movie fragment. Her face veiled with exercise videos, her features, her eyes and lips made up with hot pink leotards and leg warmers. Her Miss America skin jumps and dances with a crowd of women, each of those women watching herself in a mirror. The film, a shadow reflection of an image of an illusion. She says, my every glance in a mirror is a secret market survey. She's her own test audience, rating her curve appeal on a scale of 1 to 10. Every day, beta testing a new, upgraded version of her 7.5, fine-tuning to follow market trends. Her dress, swimsuit type, leotard type, her pantyhose run with women pedaling bicycles going no 1,000 calories an hour. For the talent portion of my program, she says, I'll show you how to unswallow a belly full of peach ice cream, a Halloween bag with miniature candy bars, 6 frosted donuts, 2 double cheeseburgers, the usual stuff, and sometimes sperm. Her face swimming and flickering with aerobic work, her immediate ambition is to diminish initial buyer resistance, with a long-term goal of becoming someone's long-term estimate as a durable consumer good.
Green Room, a story by Miss America. It's nothing personal when bombs explode, or when a government in a stadium takes a hostage. When the net monitor shows a special alert, any television station is going to toss to the talent on the national media. If you're watching television, first the local booth producer or director will Cut to the double box format. A split screen to most people. Then the local talent says something like, "What the latest on the sinking ocean liner? Here's Joe Blow in New York." That's what they call the toss, or the kick. The network feed takes over, and the local boys sit on their hands and wait for the network button to signal in a special alert feed. No publicist thinks to explain all this to each newbie they send on the road, selling an investment video, uploading a newfangled parent feed. So, sitting in the green room, backstage at Wake Up Chattanooga, a young guy with his hair slicked back, he explained some facts of life to this blonde. "She's super, way too blonde," he tells her. "That kind of bleach blonde, it drives the floor producer nuts because you can't light it up that flare. Some floor producers, they call it blowout. The blonde head just looks on fire. Whatever you do," the slick guy tells the blonde, "if you got notes, don't reference them when the camera will be shooting top of your head." Floor producers, he says, they hate guests who bring notes. They hate guests who don't try to vary their agenda. Producers will tell you, be your product. Don't push it. Ironical, but that same floor producer will call you "Think this real," because that's the slug written in her blog on the schedule. It says investment videos for the slick guy's blog. But the old man, the slug says, "Stay." The blonde and the slick guy, them sitting on the reject leather sofa in the green room, cups of old coffee abandoned on the table in front of them. Hanging over them, a couple video monitors flicker high on the walls, in the corners, mounted up in the ceiling. On one monitor, you see the national talent talking about the ocean layer, then tossing to video support that shows a ship belly up and specks of large life vests floating above it. On the second monitor, the blonde says, there's something even sadder. Up in that other corner, you see the A-block bozo, the old comb-over guy who got out of his hotel sick bed at 5 a.m. to be here and pitch his special stain removing brush unit, or schmuck. He gets mic'd and put on stage in the living room set with its rainforest of fake lights. He sits under those hot lights while the on-air talent does their opening chat. The living room set is different from the kitchen set and the main set because it has more fake plants and windows. This bozo thinks he's got a fat 10-minute segment because the station is playing, not cutting to commercial until an after the start. Most stations cut at 8 or 9 minutes. That way, we keep the audience from channel surfing and get top ratings credit for the whole 15-minute block. Not pretty, the slick guy tells our blonde girl, and he crosses himself fast as a blue devil. But better him than either of us. A heartbeat into his standard new demo, the A-blocks cut off by the doomed ocean liner. Sitting in his green room, on a racky leather sofa in some double-digit ATI, the slick guy says he's got maybe 7 minutes to teach an entire world to run this. ATI. That means area of direct influence. Boston, for example, is the number 3 ATI in the country because its media reached the 3rd largest market of consumers. New York is the number 1 ATI. Los Angeles is number 2. Dallas is number 7. Where they're sitting is way down the list of ATIs. Denver, Lincoln, or Utah, Tulsa. Some media outlet that reaches a consumer market demographic totally nobody. Some other good advice is, don't wear white. Never wear a black and white pattern to anything because it will shimmer on camera. And always lose the weight. Just staying at this weight, our blonde tells the slick guy, is a full-time job. The on-air person, the talent here in Chattanooga, the slick guy says, the anchor here is a total straight pipe. Whatever they tell her over the IFT in her ear, those exact words will pop out her lipstick red mouth. The director could feed her, "Christ, we're going long. Talk to adopt the dog, and then we'll cut to commercial." And that's what she said on a total straight pipe. Our blonde girl listen. She doesn't laugh. Not even smile. So the slick guy tells her, on a town he's seen, one time on a live feed to location, a warehouse fire roaring in the background, the on-air person fumbled with her hair, looking straight into a hot camera and going out live, she said, "Could you repeat the question? My IUD fell out." The reporter, she meant IFT. Internal feedback device, the slick guy says. He points at the anchor who appears on the monitor, and he says how one anchor will always have that kind of lopsided hairdo. The hair swooping down to hide one ear. It's because she's got a tiny radio stuck in her ear to take prompts and cues from the director. If the show is going long or they need to toss to a nuclear reactor meltdown. This blonde, she's on the road with some kind of exercise wheel you roll around on top of to lose weight. She wears a pink leotard with purple tights. Yeah, she's thin and blonde, but the more ins and outs her face has, the slick guy That's why I have to keep my before picture, she says, bending over in her chair, leaning over and over until her breasts press against her knees. She takes the G bag on the floor. She says, "This is the only real proof that I'm not just another skinny blonde girl." She takes something pink out of the bag, holding it against her 2 fingers. It's a photograph, and Blonde tells the slim guy, "Unless people see this, they might think I was just born this way. They'd never know what I've done with my life." "Go on television, even a little baby back," tells her, "and it looked like nothing. A mask, a full room, a big zero with no features for people to remember. Losing all that glamour is the only really heroic thing I've ever done," she says. "If I gain it back, then it'll be like I never lived." "You see," the slick guy says, "television takes a 3-dimensional thing, you, and turns it into a 2-dimensional thing. That's why it looks fat on camera. Flat and fat." Holding the photo between 2 fingernails, looking at her own self, out loud says, "I don't want to be just another skinny girl." About her hair being too hot, the slick guy tells her, "That's why you never see natural redheads in porn movies. You can't light them right next to real people." That's what this guy wants to be. The camera behind the camera, giving the last and final truth. We all want to be the one standing honest back, the one who gets to say what's good or bad, right or wrong. "Our 2 blonde girl going to blow out the cameras," the slim guy tells her about how these local produced shows are broken into 6 seconds with emotions in between. A block, B block, C block, and so on. These shows like Rise and Shine Fargo or Sun Up Sedona, they're done great. Expensive to produce compared to just buying some national talk show product to fill the slot. A promotion tour like this, it's the new vaudeville. Going from town to town, hotel to hotel, playing one-night stands on local television and radio, selling your new and improved hair curl, or stay or exercise week. You get 7 minutes to put your product across. That's if you're not slotted in the F block, the last block, where in half the AEIs you get bumped off the program because an earlier block went too long. Some guest was so funny and charming they held him through the commercial. They double blocked him, or the network interrupted with a sinking ship. That's why the A block is choice. The show starts, the anchors do their chat segment, and you're on. No, pretty soon all this hard-won know-how the slick guys put together, it will be no good to anybody. Maybe that's why he's teaching her for free. Really, he says, you should write a goddamn book. That's the American dream, to make your life into something you can sell. Still looking at her fat self-photograph, the blonde says, it's pretty creepy, but this fat picture is worth more to me than anything, she says. It used to make me sad looking at it, but now it's the only thing that cheers me up. She holds out her hand, saying, I eat so much fish oil you could smell it. She whips the photo at the slick guy, saying, smell my hand. Her hand smells like a hand, like skin. So, her clear fingernail polish. Smelling her hand, he takes the picture. Flattened out on paper, made into just height and width. She's a cow wearing a crop top over low-rise jeans. Her old hair is a normal, average brown color. If you look at what the slick guy's wearing, a pale pink shirt with a robin's egg blue tie, a dark blue sports coat, it's perfect. The pink warms up his flesh tones. The blue picks out his eyes. Before you even open your mouth, he says, you have to be presentable. Presentable. Well-groomed broadcast content. You wear a wrinkled shirt, a stained tie, and you'll be the guest they cut if they run short of time. Any television station just wants you to be cool, well-groomed, charming content. Camera-friendly content. A nice face, because a standard room or an exercise wheel can't talk. Just happy, high-energy content. On the monitor, the skin hanging off the old guy's neck, it's folded and pleated together where it has to tuck into his starched blue button-down collar. Even so, as he swallows, just sitting there, some extra skin spills out over the top of his collar, the way the before photo girl's belly fat spills over the waist of her jeans. This photo doesn't even look like the same girl. Maybe because, in the picture, she's smiling. Looking at the green room monitor, the slick guy points out how the hot camera never pans over the audience, never gives us a wide shot. That means the place is nothing but old ladies with bad teeth. The audience recruitment person, he must have worked a deal. They drag these cougars in here at 7 a.m. and fill an audience at the station will plug their senior craft fair. That's how they stop these local shows with people to clap. Around Halloween, it will be all young people coming in, so the station will plug their haunted house fundraiser. Around Christmas, those bleachers are nothing but old folks who want their charity bazaars to get some attention. Fake applause, traded for free advertising. On the broadcast floor, the national talent takes the show back to the whole point, who tosses their pre-grow package teams about tomorrow's makeover show. Then, the bump, a beauty shot of the rain falling outside, a little fanfare, and bridge commercial. The ship's sunk, with hundreds dead. Film at 11. The slick guy's investment pitch, he's rewriting it inside his head to include acts of God, disasters we can't predict, and how vitally important a good, sound investment plan can be to the people depending on you. Him, being his product. I am his agenda. Him, the camera behind the camera. Long as it took that ocean liner to sink, it looks as if our beach blonde's hair will get her bounced off. Before they come back from commercial, bump into a traffic report, a voiceover, and a live shot from some highway camera. Before then, the producer will escort the stinger back to the room. The floor producer, she'll hand the radio mic to the investment bank. She'll tell the fitness wheel, "Thank you for coming down, but we're sorry we overbooked and ran long." And she'll have security escort our blonde out to the street. All so they can rap and meet the network meeting, the soap operas and celebrity talk shows at 10 o'clock sharp. The old goober up on the monitor, he's got the same shirt and tie as the guy, the same blue eyes. He's got the right idea, just the wrong timing is off. "Let me do you a favor," the slick guy tells the blonde, still holding the before fat picture up. He says, "Will you take some good advice?" "Sure," she says, "anything." And listening, she picks up a cup of cold coffee with lipstick smeared on the paper rim that matches the pink lipstick on her mouth. This blonde girl with her too hot hair, she's the slick guy's own private personal ATI right now. "Especially," he tells her, "don't let any of these daytime talk show Romeos get you in the bed." He doesn't mean the on-air talent. It's the pitch guys you have to watch. These same guys who keep selling their urinal dust pumps and get rich thieves in city after city. You'll be thrown together in green rooms and ADIs all across the country. You and them, lonely for your time stuck out on the road. Nothing but a motel room at the end of each day. Speaking from personal experience, these green room romances go nowhere. "You remember the never-run pantyhose girl?" he asks her. And the blonde girl nods yes. "She was my mom," the slick guy says. "She met his dad while they were both on selling tours. We again and again in green rooms just like this. Truth is, he never met her. Ditched her as soon as he found out. Being pregnant, she lost the pantyhose pitch man contract. And the slick guy grew up watching shows like Out of Bed Golden and Wiki Wiki Tampa, trying to figure out which of those smiling, fast-talking men was his old man. It's why I'm in the business," he tells our blonde girl. "That's why. Heat in business is his first rule." The blonde says, "Your mom's really, really pretty." His mom. He says, "Those never-run pantyhose must have used asbestos. She caught cancer a couple months back." "She was damn ugly," he says, "when she died." At any second, the door into the green room will swing open, and the floor producer will come in saying she's sorry, but they might need to cut another guest. The producer, she'll look at the girl's bright blonde hair. The producer will look at the slick guy's navy blue sports coat. The F block bailed out of here the moment the network broke into the ocean liner. Then the E block, color consultant, her slug said, bailed when the show looked doomed to run wrong. Then a children's book slotted for the D block took over. The sad truth is, even if you get your hair the right color blonde and fake being funny and high energy, good content, even then, some terrorist with a box cutter might still walk off with your 7-minute segment. Sure, they can always tape you and run you packaged the next day, but chances are they won't. They've got content booked solid this week, and running you on tape tomorrow means cutting some things. In that last minute alone, just then, the slick guy asks if he can do our blonde girl another favor. "We want to give you a block," she says, and she smiles, just like in the picture, and her teeth aren't too awful. "No," he says, "but when somebody's being charming, when they tell you a joke," the slick guy says, and he tears her ugly before picture in half. The two halves he puts together and tears into quarters, then eighths, then whatever, shreds, little bits, confetti. He says, "If you're going to succeed on television, you need to at least fake a smile. At least pretend to like me. There in the green, the blonde's pink lipstick mouth, it peels open and open and open until it hangs. Her lips go open and shut 2-3 times, the way a fish will gasp for breath, and she says, "You ass!" It's then the floor producer walks in with the old group. The producer says, "Okay, I think we'll go with the investment video for this last segment." The old Cooper looks at the slim guy the way you look at some department store buyer who orders a half bonus, and he says, "Thomas." The blonde's just sitting there, holding a cup of cold black coffee. The floor producer is unclipping the radio mic off the back of the man's belt. She's handing it to the slim guy, and to the old Cooper he says, "Good morning, Dad." Grabbing the slim guy's hand and shaking it, the Cooper says, "How's your mom?" Never mind your demons, girl. The girl you leave behind. Our Miss Blonde stands. She gets to her feet to give up, go home, fail. And taking the radio mic, checking the switch to make sure it's not hot, the slim guy says, "She's dead." She's dead and buried, and he'll never say where. Or if he does, he'll lie about the city. And splash. His hair and face cold and wet. He's covered all over in coffee. Cold coffee. His shirt and tie ruined. His slick hair washed down across his face. Our blonde reaches to take the radio mic and she says, "Thanks for the advice." She says, "I think this makes me next." And Tom's worse than being too blonde. Worse than wrecking his slick clothes and hair. Our skinny girl has fallen in fucking love with him.
Chapter 4. In the blue velvet lobby, something comes thudding down the stairs from the shadows of the first balcony. Step by step, the thudding gets louder until it's rumbling, round dark, rolling down from the dim second floor. It's a bowling ball, thudding down the center of the staircase. Rolling black silent across the lobby's blue carpet, Sister Vigilante's bowling ball passes Cora Reynolds, where he licks his paws. Then past Mr. Whittier drinking instant coffee in his wheelchair. Then past Lady Bagley and her diamond husband. Then the ball knocks, heavy black, through the double doors, disappearing into the auditorium. "Packer," Lady Bagley tells her Diamond, "there's something locked in here with us." Making her voice low, almost to whisper, she asks the Diamond, "Is it you?" That little square of glass you're only supposed to break in the event of a fire, Miss America has already broken it. Every little window framed in red painted metal with a little hammer hanging next to it on a chain. She breaks the glass and pulls the switch inside. Miss America does this in the lobby. Then, in the red lacquer, Chinese restaurant-style promenade, with all its carved plaster roofs. Then, in the Mayan temple-style foyer and basement, with its glittering carved warrior faces. Then, the Arabian Nights gallery behind the second balcony boxes. Then, in the projection booth, tucked up against the roof. Then, nothing happens. No bells ring. No one comes to chop through the locked fire doors to rescue her. To rescue us. Nothing happened. And nothing kept happening. Mr. Weaver sits on a blue velvet sofa in the lobby, under the glass leaves of a chandelier big as a sparkling gray cloud above him. Already, the matchmaker was calling the chandeliers trees. The row of them hanging down the center of each long salon, gallery, or lounge. He called them orchards of glass grown out of chains wrapped in velvet and rooted in the ceiling. Each of us seeing our own private at-home reality in the same big windows. The Earl Slatter's writing his notepad. Agent Tattletale videotaping. Countess Forsyth wearing her turban. St. Guthrie eating. With her whole arm, Director Denial tosses a fake mouse and it lands halfway to the auditorium doors. With the other hand, she rubs the shoulder of her throne arm while the cat, Cora Reynolds, brings the mouse back, his paws raising a rooster tail, boiling dust from the carpet. Watching them, one arm folded across her chest to support her breasts, one hand twisted around to rub the back of her neck. Mrs. Clark says, "In the Via Diodati, they had 5 cats." St. Guthrie eats instant crepe Suzette out of a mylar bag with a plastic spoon. Shaving her fingernails with an emerald board, Lady Bagley watches every dripping pink spoonful move from the bag to his mouth, and she says, "That can't be any good." And nothing more happens. Or nothing happens. That's until Miss America comes to stand in the middle of us, saying, "This is illegal." What Mr. Whittier has done is kidnapping. He's holding people against their will, and that's a felony. The sooner you do as promised, Mr. Whittier says, the sooner these 3 months will go by. Throwing the thing out, Director Denial says, what is the deal with your body? It's a house on Lake Hall. Lake Maggie tells her that time. Lake Geneva, Mrs. Clark says. Looking back, it was Mr. Whittier's stand that we're always right. It's not a matter of right or wrong, Mr. Whittier would say. Really, there is no wrong. Not in our own minds, our own reality. You can never set off to do the wrong thing. You can never say the wrong thing. In your mind, you're always right. Every action you take, what you do or say, or how you choose to appear, is automatically right the moment you act. His hand shaking as he lifts his cup, Mr. Whittier says, even if you were to tell yourself, today I'm going to drink coffee the wrong way, from a dirty booth, even that would be right, because you chose to drink coffee from that booth. Because you can do nothing wrong. You are always right. Even when you say, I'm such an idiot, I'm so wrong, you're right. You're right about being wrong. You're right, even when you're an idiot. No matter how stupid your idea, Mr. Whittier would say, you're doomed to be right, because it's yours. Lake Geneva, Lady Magdalene says with her eyes closed. Pinching her temples and rubbing them between the thumb and index finger of one hand, she says, the vehicle died is where Lord Byron raped Mary Shelley. And Mrs. Clark says, he was not. We're all condemned to be right about everything we can consider. In the shifting liquid world where everyone is right and any idea is right the moment you act on it, Mr. Whittier would say, the only sure thing is what you promise. 3 months, you promised, Mr. Whittier says, through the steam of his coffee. It's a then something happens, but not much. In that next look, you feel your asshole get tight. Your fingers fly to cover your mouth. Miss America is holding a knife in one hand. With her other hand, she grips the knot of Mr. Whittier's necktie, pulling his face up toward her own. Mr. Whittier's coffee dropped and spilled steaming hot on the floor. His hands hang, shaking, swirling dusty hair at each side. St. Godfrey's silver bag of instant grapes as it drops, spilled out on the cornflower blue carpet, the sticky red cherries, and reconstituted whipped cream. And the cat runs over for a taste. Her eyes almost touching Mr. Whittier's, Miss America says, so I'm right if I kill you? The knife, one of the set that Chef Assassin brought in his suitcase. And Mr. Whittier looks back into her eyes, so close their lashes touch lately. But you'll still be trapped, he says, his few gray hairs hanging from the back of his skull, his voice choked to a croak by his necktie. Miss America waves the knife at Mrs. Clark, saying, what about her? Does she have a key? And Mrs. Clark shakes her head. No. Her eyes popped open wide, but her baby doll out, still silicone frozen. No. The key is hidden somewhere in the building. A place only Mr. Whittier would look. Still, even if she kills him, she's right. If she sets fire to the building and hopes the firemen will see the smoke and rest her before we all suffocate, she's right again. If she sticks the knife point to Mr. Whittier's milky cataract eyeball and pops it out on the floor for the cat to bat around, she's still right. In the face of that, Mr. Whittier says, his necktie pulled tight in her fist, his face turning dark red, his voice a whisper, let's start by doing what we promised. The 3 months. Write your masterpiece. The end. The chrome wheel chair clatters when he lands, dropped by Miss America's hand. Carpet dust fills the air, and the chair's 2 front wheels lift off the carpet when he lands so hard. Both Mr. Whittier's hands go to his collar to pull his tie loose. He leans down to take his coffee cup off the floor. His gray comb-over hairs hanging straight down, fringed around the sides of his spotted bald head. Cora Reynolds keeps eating the cherries and cream off the dusty carpet beside St. Godfrey's chair. Miss America says, this is so not over. And she shakes the blade of the knife at everyone in the body. One fast sweep of her arm, a shuddering twitch of her muscles, and the knife is now stuck in the back of a palace chair across the room. The blade buried and humming in the wind. The hand still shakes. From behind his video camera, Agent Tattletale says, credit. Cora Reynolds, his pink suede tongue still linked with the cat's sticky carpet. The Earl slammed her, writes something in his ear. So Mrs. Clark, Lady Natalie says, they had 5 cats there, Mr. Whittier says. 5 cats and 8 big dogs, Mrs. Clark says. 3 monkeys, an eagle, a crow, and a falcon. 16, where a group of young people spend most days trapped in a house because of rain. Some of them were married, some not. They read ghost stories to each other, but the books they had were terrible. After that, they all agreed to write a story, any sort of scary story, to entertain each other. Like the Algonquin Round Table, Lady Bagley asks the diamond on the back of her head. Just a group of friends sitting around, trying to scare each other. So what did they write? Miss Lacey says. Those middle-class poor people just trying to kill time. People trapped together in an old damn summer house. Not much, Mr. Mayor says. Just the legend of Frankenstein. Mrs. Clark says. And Dracula. Sister Vigilante comes down the stairs from the second floor. Crossing the lobby, she's looking under tables, behind chairs. It's in there, Mr. Luther says, lifting a blurred finger to point at the auditorium double doors. Lady Bagley looks off, sideways to the auditorium doors where Miss America and the ballroom have both disappeared. My husband and I were experts at being bored, says Lady Bagley, and she makes us wait as she takes 3, 4, 5 steps across the lobby to pull the knife out of the chair back. Holding the knife, looking at the blade, feeling how sharp with her finger, she says, I can tell you all about how rich poor people kill time.
Think Tank, a poem about Lady Bagley. It only takes 3 doctors, says Lady Bagley, to make you disappear for the rest of your natural life. Lady Bagley on stage, her legs are waxed smooth, her eyelashes dyed thick black, her teeth bleached bright as her pearls, her skin massaged, her diamond ring flashes lighthouse marked, her linen suit first painted and jogged, then tucked and trimmed until it would fit no one else in the world. All of her a monument to sitting still while a team of trained experts working long and hard for a lot of money. On stage, instead of spotlight, a movie fragment, a veil of women dragging fur coats, the feeling silk that settles over her face. On film, the armor of gold and platinum jewelry adorning the red flash of rubies and canary yellow sapphires. Lady Bagley says, it's no fun having a genius for a father, or a mother, or a husband. Yes,
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
she says.
Kind of, yeah, but
1 hour. Wow. Trying to write some more. Huh?
Would see my leg?
Nah.
Show her a copy of the old magazine and Mrs. Lee's still gets choked up. The newspaper comes and she just recycles it and she doesn't even take off the rubber band. Never know when the headline will be killer continues to stalk the homeless or bad lady found in the tree. Most mornings over breakfast, Mrs. Lee's reads adverts. You order just one single burial shoe tree over the telephone, and every week for the rest of your life you get a stack of catalogs, items for your home, your garden, time savers, space saving gadgets, tools, and inventions. When the television used to be there on the kitchen counter, she put an aquarium, the kind of list that changes colors to match your decor. An aquarium, you flip the switch with a heat lamp, and it's not going to tell you another transient wanderer was shot to death. His body dropped into the river. 15 victims in a killing spree targeting the city's homeless. Their bodies found, stabbed, and shot, and set on fire the night before. The street people panicked and fighting their way to the shelters at night, despite their tuberculosis. The outbound boxcars packed full. The social advocates claiming the city has put out a hit on panhandlers. You get all this just glancing at a newspaper, or in a little cab with radio turning around. You get a glass tank, put it where the TV used to be, and all you get is a lizard. Something so stupid that every time the baby moves up, the lizard thinks it's been relocated miles away. It's all when your home becomes your home. Mr. and Mrs. Leaves and Pepper and Emily, they didn't used to be this way. It used to be not a dolphin died in a tube net without them rushing out to write a check, to throw a party. They hosted a banquet for people on the bar by Valentine's. They threw a dinner dance, massive head trauma, 5 million opportunity, a cocktail party inside a dog shed for $13,000. Every night had its theme. Universal peace for all peoples, or home for our unknown future. Imagine going to your senior prom every night for the rest of your life. Every night, another stage set made of South American pop flowers and zillions of white twinkle lights, an ice sculpture and a champagne fountain, and a band of white dinner jackets playing some old overture. Every stage set built to parade Arab royalty and internet boy wonders. Too many people paid rich fast by venture capital. Those people who never linger on any landmass longer than it takes to service their jet. These people with no imagination. And they just walk over down the country and say, I want that. At every benefit for child abuse, everyone walked around with 2 legs and they crept their leg with a mouth, their lips plucked with the same turn of fillers. Looking at the same Cartier watch, the same time surrounded with the same diamonds, the same Harry Winston necklace around the neck, something wrong with the everyone climbed in or out of different colors of the same Lexus sedan. No one was impressed. Every night was a complete and utter social stalemate. Mrs. Lee's best friend, Elizabeth Enbridge Hilton Webs, used to say there's only one best of anything. One night he said, whenever you can afford the best, the truth is, it does look a little common. All the old society had gone missing. The more newly minted media parents showed up at any reflection inside the window. The thick plastic hair is rough and gray and steel. The woman has a big brown stocking cap pulled down on his head. He's clawing the bag, shooting one hand out the front of her stretched out against her pants and crawling his other hand up under her sweatshirt. The bag, she's twisting inside her clothes, her tongue around her lips. The bag where her sweatshirt is. Her stomach looks fat and tight. Her skin massaged big. The white one, his baggy sweatpants are tinted in front with an erection. The peak of his tensions, the dark spot reddening. Back with him, they must be the only ones watching these two know each other. The parking valet is one between here and the parking garage down the block. The mob of new money was in the sweet second-hand go around and around with their diamond watches. The white one pulls the bag's face against the outline of his pants. Black lady's lips, they roll around in the dark skin. That lady's lips and that toes backward. She moves those lips. You hear that sound, the kind of shrill ring that makes everyone ready for a ballet reaching to a vertical pocket for their cell phone. Oh my God, Mrs. Lee says. She tells Packer that bag ain't it cold by the window. That girl looks to be evil. It's the beverage filled with numbers. The shrill little thing sounds again, and the bag lady reaches down. She pulls on the bottom of one hand, laying one hand and unraveling page polyester to show her leg about to lick with a dirty plastic bandage. Her lips still on the rhino's crotch, but between layers of bandages, her fingers take a little black handful. The shrill ring comes again. The last time we heard her, Nikki ran a magazine, maybe even a full magazine. She spent half of each year in France deciding the headline for next season. She sat ringside of the shows in Milan and tweaked the fashion commentary that ran on some cable news with her. She stood on red carpets and talked about it or want to be an actor. This magazine must not mention. She holds the bird out to the side of the plastic. She thinks and says, hello. She takes her mouth off her wet bone to the rhino's hands and she says, are you writing this down? She says, live is the new thing. The lady's voice, Mrs. Hicks tells her husband, she knows that voice. She says, the bag lady slips the little phone back between the bandages around her leg. That's Doogie Rhino, Packer says. That's the president of Global Airlines. It's them. The bag lady looks up and says, nothing, Packer. Rhino's hands still feeling around to the front of her stretched hands. She pats the bench beside her and says, what a nice surprise. Bob pulls back his finger, shining wet in the streetlight, and he says, Packer, come say hello. And of course, Packer is always right. Poverty, he says, is the new wealth. Anonymity is the new thing. Social liars, he says, are the new social liars. The 10-cent are the original homeless people, he says. We may have a dozen homes each in a different city, but we still live on the same place. This makes sense. The only because Packer and Edward are never on the cutting edge of anything. This whole social season, they can go to horse shows, gatherings, and auctions, telling each other all the old guard socialites who are in detox or having cosmetic surgery. He says, well, the shopping cart or a long straight G5 that needs the same speed to always be on the move, to not be lying down. And of course, she says, all you need is cash money, and you're sitting on the opera steering committee. You bet they have your donation in their place on the museum foundation. You write a check, and that makes you a select. You can stab to death in a hit movie, and you're famous. In other words, tied down. He says, nobody is part of the new celebrity. The Global Airlines flight has a lot of fun wrapped in a brown paper bag. The wine, he says, it makes with equal parts of mouthwash, cough syrup, and a slice of coffee. And after one drink, the former man goes slowly through the dark, through the park where you never know where to go. All you have to love about drinking is every swallow is an irrevocable decision. You charging ahead on storage by I need the street for a few hours. Give up bathing until you stick, and just a hot shower feels expensive. Just a number for detoxifying money. KWD says, as a kind of poverty survey, I'd like to know when we're going this week that helps you enjoy your life. Join us, he says. Sticky green stain on syrup smeared around her mouth, strands of her plastic hair sticking to it. She says, it's next Friday night. Looking back, she says, is that looking good? She says, all of my people here, the old the best parts of the social register, tend to eat on the West Side rats to a ridge. They can't, Edward says. Packer and her Wednesday night, everybody to attend the most to in Latin America. Thursday is the Aboriginal banquet. Friday is a silent auction for luxury teen sex workers. These events involve the polished acrylic awards they hand out. What makes you along for the day, the number one fear of Americans is public speaking. Just go to Midtown Sheraton, he says, and check it. Everyone must make a buck face because then he tells her. She says, of course, we don't stay here. We wanted to share it. It's a place to change clothes. Every time after 10 Friday night, she says, go to the rats of the bridge. Packer and everybody so their first problem is what to wear. For a man, it looks easy. All he has to do is put on his dinner jacket and his trousers inside out. Put your shoes on the wrong feet. Voila. We're a little crazy. Insanity, you would say, is the new sanity. Wednesday, after the Olympics, Packer and everybody come to the mall. And you hear someone on the street singing, oh, around there's three members. In the street, friends and Spritzy got multiple fingers. Is drinking oversized cans of all liquor. Shooter shoe Fraser and Weaver Bones both. The three of them sitting with their dirty hands rolled up and their bare feet in the fountain. Fritzy is wearing her bra on the outside. Dressing down, he says, is the new dressing up. At home, Edward tries on a dozen garbage bags, green and black plastic bags made enough for yard duty, but they don't make her look fat. To the cook, she sets on a narrow white bag made from upright kitchen trash. It looks elegant, even. It snugs the iron-on costume round dress, belted with melted overlap, a dash of bright safety orange, loose wires of puff and nose down one side. This is everyone's wearing their feet backward. Mismatched shoes. Cut a hole in the center of the soiled blanket, she says, wearing some poncho and a red for a lot of fun on the street. To be safe, the evening they check into the Midtown Sheraton, Emily takes the suitcases full of army surplus, yellow, stretched out bras, sweaters thick with balls of lint. She takes a jar of plain facial masks to turn them on. They say Calcutta fire stairs with 14 flights to return the buildings on the back alley, and they're free. They're nobody but others, without the responsibility to run anything. No one's looking at them, asking for money, trying to sell them something. Walking to the bridge, they're invisible, safe in their poverty. Packer starts to lift from the shoes being on the wrong feet. Then lets her mouth hang open. Then she spins. Yes, the girl talked to Edward and scratching an itch and hugging. She spins in the street. Packer sways, bumping against her, and she clutches his arm. He swims her mouth with a kiss, reduced to just two wet mouths while sitting out there. Disappears. That first night on the street, he begins with the sun. Inside like a universal wind cracks. It's the smell of low tide on a hot day at the shore. The smell. It's the new anti-status symbol, she says. Inside the purse is a cardboard takeout box from Shea and Louise. Inside the box is a fist-sized lump of orange fluffy. 4 days old, he says. Swing around. The smell makes a bodyguard for keeping people away. Statement for privacy, the new way to protect personal space. Intimidation lying over it. You can get used to any smell, she says, no matter how bad. He says, I'm used to Calvin Klein's eternity. The two of them, Iggy and Emma, walk around the block and getting a good chill time away from the party. Up ahead, the entourage of some mini-skirt statues piling up with limousine. Thin someplace industrial. Thinking about pushing one car and Packard's cow rolling ways behind, and he says, you know, I used to think the only person who was in love was with me. He says, I used to be so in love with Scott ever since school, but you know how he gets disappointed. Amy and Muffy, their hands wearing those gloves without fingers, and soil cans better. Amy says, I used to think the secret to a happy ending was to bring down the curtain endings at the right time. A moment after happiness, then everything's all wrong. Those social climbers think they have it tough. Their feelings move on forward profanity when the fingers are past. The homeless have so much more to fret about. There's bunches, there's frostbite, a flash of catch, too good exposure, a pollution and a fire. Any of the million details that get in the way. They pick up what Amy calls the commuting homeless. She says, now I love Scott. I love him as if I never married him. On the streets like this, it feels like they're pioneers starting a new life in some places. But instead of bears or wolves to worry about, they have Amy shrugs and says, drug dealers and drive-by shooters. This is still the best part of my life, she says. But I know it had last forever. Already her new social calendar is filling up. All this social life, doing anything on Tuesday is out of the question because she has to go back and after that, Packard's cow are being just going little calves. After that, everyone's talking about a free clinic to have her feet looked at by some young guy then by her accent. Packard says they are little calves, the little man on the street. Standing at the top of the ramp where cars go off the freeway, he says, high concept. Pretend you're doing a single line image to network television. Or she and Red Park using black velvet in the marker he writes. Sing along. 10 years. Breast cancer. You do this, right? She says. And he just drew money. Money writes. Cripple old man starving. Need to get home. And he says, perfect. She says, you just bitch all mountain. This is the big word that we care about. This hiding up the open. This hiding inside. No one's easier to ignore than the others. You could be Jane Fonda or Robert Redford, but if you're pushing a shopping cart down the avenue behind you, wearing 3 layers of soil clothing like customers under your bed, nobody's going to notice you. They could do this for the rest of their lives. Scott, they plan to get on the nest or a low-income apartment. They want to stay in fields, get free dental care from attracting young medical students, they'll apply for free method of then work their way up to heroin. Adult vocational training, try airplanes, learn to drive and to run, then work their way up into the lower middle class. At night, when Packer and Evan call each other under some ribbon to a car across the city in warm and his hands inside her clothing, ready to climax the strangers walk past. The two have never been inside. But Amy's right. It can't last forever. The end comes so fast, no one's sure what happened until it's in the newspaper the next day. They were sitting at the doorway of some warehouse, feeling more at home than they ever have in Bath or Hong Kong. By now, the blankets smell like each other, their clothes, their bodies, all in the house. Just Packer's arms around his wife, legs on our alley, a little bit creaked. It's that night of black town hits the curve, breaks the sleep, on tire up in the bottom side. The headlights, 2 circles of bright high beams, shine white on the streets as he is waking up. Back door falls open and screams spill out from the back seat. Head first, her hands and arms wide, a woman falls out to the side. Her long dark hair hiding her face, she's naked and scrambling on hands and knees from the car. Packer and Emily carried in their household rags and damp blankets. The naked girl is surrounded the door. Behind her, a man's black shoe steps out of the car's door. A third man leg follows. A man wearing black leather gloves climbs on the car's back seat while the girl gets to her feet to scream. Screaming, please, screaming for help. So close, you can see 1, 2, 3 bullets ears to her ears. Her other ear is long. What looks like a long braid of dark hair is raining blood running down the side of her neck. Where the ear was, you see just a jagged pinch of flesh. The girl gets to the pieces, just their eyes showing from the two blankets. As the man grabs her by the ear, the girl grabs at her legs. As the man lifts her gently into the car, the girl tucks the blankets, showing that he was still half asleep when the car's right at her. The man has to see them, and the car must see them. The girl screams, house, dropped her knocked out in the struggle with controversy. Storm was controllable. It's over that the struggle was hot. Mushrooms, English muffins, warm coffee, and cold and sweet sherry. It's the racing newspaper. In local news, a Brazilian oil heiress was kidnapped. The picture of her is that they would guard near but smile with cold control. Just on top of it. According to the newspaper, the police had to see the voice. Of course, the police's court said that, but they really didn't see anyone's face. They didn't see anyone's face. Always falls to work. Packer and Edward began offering to police the left to humiliate themselves. Already, you could imagine the headlines. Society couple goes flooding for kings or billionaires playing. God forbid they told how many scouts in sure always. Packer and Edward putting themselves up in public was not going to save this new world. There's something with the lesson of all of hers. And the newspaper the next week, the kidnapped heiress was found there. Still, Amy wasn't worried. Who cared if people had nothing to worry about on the street? The girl who got killed was young. She was clean, pretty, rich. Having nothing to lose, he said, is the new thing. And Packer said, laughing with silver beach. No, Amy wasn't about to give up her happiness and go back to being rich and famous. And more those nights, Packer begged her to protect her, he said. One of those nights, Emily's rejected dinner dance against her cancer for herself on the waves. It's evening, and in the background, a man is shouting, Packer's voice. In the phone, he keeps reading a card saying, Muffy, please, we're lost. Someone's chasing us. She says, we tried the police, but. And the phone cuts off. As if she's running to the top of the under an overtaxi. The headline in the next day's newspaper says, How Missouri textile CEO found stabbed to death. Now, almost everyone is that lady found what she did. Killer continues to stalk the homeless. Some buried every night at nighttime cars. Mrs. Eves, the owner of the list of crime. Someone is killing anyone on the street who might be heard, and left in rags and sleep under private blankets. It's after that trip. She cancels the newspaper. To replace the television, she buys the glass tank with a lizard that changes color to match anything seen. Nowadays, Mrs. Eves thinks she's the opposite of yours. She has too much hope. She's burdened with hope and carried with hope. She reads her cat books, looking at closet pictures of garden ornaments, diamond made from the cremains of her dead loved ones. Of course, she still misses her friends, her husband. And that's why he would say, being absent is the new being present. And she still buys tickets to the charity events, the silent auctions, and dance recitals. It's important to know she's doing something to make the world a healthier manner. Next, she'd like to go swimming in the green fields. Sleep in the canopy of some twinkling pink forest, or perhaps the vanishing sceneries. It's important to wait. She still wants to make a difference.
That summer, at the theater in Italy, Mrs. Mark tells us it was just 5 people. The woman and her wife. The person who she lived and his mother, Mary Godwin. Mary's half-sister, Claire Clearwater, was pregnant by Byron. And Byron's doctor, John Hopkins. Listen, we're sitting around the electric fireplace in the second Gothic swimming pool. The Gothic swimming pool. Each of us pulled up in a yellow leather chair or sofa or tapestry love seat and dry on somewhere. The bottom of the legs were in above the trails and dusty attic carpets. All of us here, except for the bad lady, who had been and was married off and box. The electric fireplace is just a rotating light overhead, glass chunks of together. Light without heat. All our hanging Muslim trees turned up, and red and light dancing across our faces. Shapes of red and light across the path of false stones. Just those 5 people, Mrs. Mark says, trapped in the woods by the rain. Shelter and company. If it turns way too cheap, from a lecture to goes to school is called Phantasmagoria. Why? Mrs. Mark says, couldn't was never present back in the coffee house. Us, the faces were in the final cut. Even then, the Countess forethought over her signature to it. The Vandals was long off dead. It was the end. It was long and darkness, and dark was the people. People gossip about the event of God today. In time, people talk about that coffee shop. People who never saw the advertisement would swear they were there. They were smart, ready to go along with the retreat. Otherwise, they went ahead. Or should. Over time, that coffee house, with its racks of free newspapers and old war and with business cards offering a lot of creation, was the head concentration of that shop, having the size of a stadium, to hold the people who claimed to have been there that night. To show us all standing bedside as his memory is burned, and to show us the left season, the ghost or season, sacrificing the Jews' resolve. The average captain's tower of this the old slant on the sense of then, as completion, is the work of many a child, season, or whatever the first name is, a sense of soul, of like a whole frail season. In the teacher's story, we all know the season, her deep courage, her sense, son. No, unless one of us calls up and the friends of the trial, not most of the people will have been wrong from that before we would sell it, leaving everything to get much, much worse before it's all over. So, we ended up originally, these moves, right some, let's pretend insufficient. It takes much effort for get cash money. This strategy split 17 ways, or 2 ways, and 16 ways if you subtract the season. All of a sudden, the commander coughed. Are we going to die already? No. When I was walking out of that coffee house meeting, yes, it looked like a crackpot adventure that would lead to big trouble, but hey, it looked like a crackpot adventure that would lead to big money. All the same silent, the commander was Susie. Cough. All of a sudden, her name for her in all the experience. That's why living gods watch the water being all fireworks. The first power of the great sun. And that's what he told Patrick. God was to require the military and his team helped by holding the flashlight. For the military, General Funkless, the one on his mouth story, was very also yanked it out of the wall. That's why not sports like so the times of Boston force that it's not both. No way would anyone just these are the rules that we try to make this. Not as much as just yet. Just all this hedging for minutes. Symbols of the enemy. This will all look like Mr. Williams doing. Sadistic old Mr. Williams. Our team is formed against the team Mrs. Carter. And the sales of all just on points. Our sacrifice. In the very middle, she was electric fireman. Carl and the comic sword. So in the cushion of her leather wheelchair, Mrs. Clark's chin on his almost the center of the cleavage. She asks, "Did Sister mention that he and Sister shakes her head. No. She taps the face of Mr. Watch and says, "So trial comes in 44 minutes." This was the cops. A long, white, proudly cough. That's all they do. Not to cheat. But she takes a hot for a capsule. But her hand comes back at me. Sister was like, excuses herself and steps downstairs to her door. Sitting step by step, going shoulder, until the mouth of the black tip is gone. Now it's there, somewhere else. And door, trying to make one. Or put a fire on it. No, thanks to Reverend Douglas. The red light gleams on the inside of his Agent Hamilton shakes his ring member from fire. And from down the stairs comes on screen. A woman's long. The voice of Sister Vigilante tries to come quick. She stumbled over something. The lady that the first day, the night wrapped in things one hand. All around her, a dark layer of blood, melting into August blue color. Long dark hair seems to twine down one side of her face and disappear into the copper of the rose. But at August's head, which is life-sized, the green dark hair is alive. Under the skeleton hair on that side of her face, her ear is gone. Sprawled there, she holds out one hand, a shiny pearl earring in the center of the instruments, catching the thin firelight. In her palm, cut next to the delicate of her dead husband. story. He says, come back to the bottom. He says, twist his trunk. And the outsider smiles. He goes to the next clean page and taps it again. Looking up, he says, does anybody remember that old TV show, Annie Next Door? He says, one day. He says, one day, my dog is in college rap. Trade secrets. A moment of the urban slang. Those people mourn, Carol says, a weaker for the older son. Those people are paid to wait in line. The Earl of Slander on stage, he stands with one hand on his small sheet of paper, the white paper on his face. The rest of them loose, red bedtime, both brown shoes. On the wrist of his raised hand, on the bush, waved with congratulations. On stage, it's not a smart line, instead of a face, projected on the paper is the 72-point headline. His Pulitzer Prize. Behind his headline, the Earl says, those people live their lives standing in line. Some blockbuster after another. The movies that Beatles Boston songs fan kids from town to town, from sci-fi film to superhero fantasy. Each week a new town, with rules out, a new PG-13 to pretend they were. Those cardboard and tinfoil costumes somehow makes them all fake. The wardrobe department makes them and ships them in. All this average of fool will be able to plan videos for free to listen, to build critical buzz about how much folks will love this film. All this time and money is called seeing the audience. In his shirt pocket was a small red-lighted tape recorder taking down every word. As the Earl asks, who's the bigger fool? The reporter refuses to admit a meaningful life, or the reader who wants it, and stands ready to accept this meaning presented in words of a stranger. His voice from behind the paper, the Earl Slander says, a journalist has a right, and a duty, to destroy those golden calves he knows so hate. Swan Song, the story by the Earl Slander. One day, my dog used the garbage wrapped in aluminum foil and has to get $1,000 worth of extras. The yard behind my apartment building is full of garbage and glass. People park their cars piles of antifreeze, but there's any problem. Even with the bald-headed veterinarian, looks like some cool best friend. Like a kid I grew up with. The smile I saw every day of my child. The dip on his chin and every freckle on his nose. I know them all. The gap between his two front teeth. I know how he could use it to listen. Here and now, he's getting my dog an injection. I'm standing at a silvery steel table with a white pile. Letting the dog by the skin of its neck. He says something about heartburn. He developed when I found him on his flank, crying, afraid my dog might die. Still, there was his listening mechanical constantly again. And yet I was somehow, for some reason, my savior. Now, pulling back each of the dog's ears, inside he says something about this time. He pulls it on the chest pocket of his white now and says, Dr. Ken. Even the sound of his voice echoes from a long time back. I've heard him say, happy birthday, shouting struck one at baseball games. This is him. Some old friend of mine, but too tall. The skin of his eyelids baggy dark and hanging down, too fleshy under his chin. His teeth are a little yellow, and his eyes aren't as bright as they should be. He says, she looks good. I say, he goes, your dog, he says. Still looking at his bald head with eyes, I ask him, why did you go to school? He said it's some college in California, someplace I've never heard of. He was one lights, and somehow we grew up together. He had a dog named Skip and walked around barefoot all summer, always going fishing for London and tree mountains. He did him like a picture one cold afternoon, building a perfect snowman while his grandmother watching through the kitchen window. I said, Danny. And he laughs. That thing we got the Gina story about it to an end. About how I found little Kenny Wilcox, the child actor who played Danny on the television show Danny Next Door. Little Danny, the kid you all grew up with, he's a bad now. Lives in a tract house in some suburban development. Owns his own lawn. This is him all that no age to leave back and ignore. This made him start. He's happy to living in a two-bedroom house. Branching out from each eye, he has laugh moments. He takes pills to control his cholesterol. He's the first to admit, after those years as the center of attention, he's a bit of a loner. But he's happy. What's important shot himself. Or translating with the cute kid from Nanny and the professor who hanged himself on a playground fence. Little Anissa Jones, who played Buffy on Family Affair, clutching her doll named Mrs. Beasley, then swallowing the biggest overdose of barbiturates in the history of Los Angeles. This is what we want. The same reason you go to racetracks to watch the cars crash. By the Germans say, die reinste Freude ist die Schande. Our purest joy comes from people we envy together. That most genuine form of joy. The joy you feel when a limousine turns the wrong way down one-way street. Or when Jason and the little rats in the he was found stabbed to death in the desert outside Las Vegas. It's the kind of joy we felt when Nega Plato, a little girl on different strokes, got arrested. Was named in Playboy into 297. People standing in line in the supermarket looking for coupons, getting all of those and headlines that sell easily on the newspaper. For most people, they want to read about Lanny O'Grady, the pre-Barbara is enough found dead in a trailer house with their belly full of white and poison. No crap about the internet tells them. No stuff. Happy Kenny Wilcox with his laugh lines, he wouldn't sell. He ever tells me, Von Wilcox with kitty corners and computer. Find him with dead bodies under his house, then you got a story. This elder says, better yet find him with off the above, with front of dead. The next week, my dog brings a couple of things. My dog's name is Skip. Having a dog on Danny next door. The dog, little Danny, is bad. My skin, my baby's white with big black spots and red color, just like on television. The only cure for many things is to pump the dog stomach. They fill her tummy with activated chocolate. Find a vein and start the dog on a different ball drip. Pure brain health will flush out the kidneys. Save my dog, my baby, we need to get her dead drunk. This needs another trip to see Dr. King, who says, sure, next week is fine for him there. But he warns them his life's not very exciting. They tell him, trust me. Good writing means you take the regular facts and deliver them in a sexy way. Don't worry about your life story. That's my job. These days I can use a good story site. Yeah, I've been writing freelance for a couple of years. Since I got canned from doing entertainment features. That was good money. The press junket stuff, popping up quotes for movie launches, sharing movie star with a table full of media people for 10 minutes while trying not to yawn. Movie premieres and album releases, book launches. It's a stage game of work. We give the wrong opinion if you're off the grading train. Movies that go festival, their retail display advertising, and abracadabra, your byline isn't famous. Me, I'm broke because one time I tried to work. One, and people might better to spend their money somewhere else instead. I'm not just one summer slasher movie in the power moment, and I'm begging to buy production parties, to buy promotions, anything. It's a ball of cheap. Building a house in cards you don't get to knock down. We spend all those years piling up nothing, creating an illusion of turning a human being into a movie star. Your real payday is in the back end of the deal. Then you get pulled off the rug, knock down the cards, show the handsome ladies then, family and journal says, reveal the girl next door shoplifting and spelling on the weekends, the guys meeting with kids with a wire and makeup. The editor's right. So is he a little nuts. His life is an interview. No one will ever love him. For prep, the whole week before we talk, I surfed the internet. I download files from the forum of the Soviet Union. There's a different kind of child star. Russian schoolboys without pubic hair sucking off fat old men. Czech girls still waiting for their first period getting butt fucked by monkeys. I save all those files to one thing and it's another thing I put the leash on skip and risk a long walk through the neighborhood. Coming back to my apartment, my pockets are stuffed with plastic sandwich bags and little paper envelopes. Squares of pulp, foil, crooked eggs, oxycontin, vitamins, glass vials of crap, terrible. The interview. I write all 14,000 words before Ken Wilcox opens his mouth. Before we even sit down together. Still, keep up appearances I bring my tape recorder. I bring a little pad and pretend to take notes with a couple of dried out pens. I bring a bottle of red wine, spike with a bucket, and pronounce it. At Ken's little house in the suburbs, you'd expect a glass case of ramble, dusty trophies, glossy photos, and cinnamon boards, according to his childhood. There's nothing like that. Any money he's got is in the bank of drawing interest. His house is just round bugs, naked walls, spider curtains on each window, a bathroom with a big tile. I poured red wine and just let him talk. I asked him to pause, then I put him getting the report. And he's right. His life is more boring than a black and white summer paper. On the other hand, the story I only wrote is great. My version is all about his long slide in the spotlight at the autopsy table. How he lost his innocence to the long list of network executives in his campaign to become Danny.
Since his life didn't start until Danny finished the his hands. Making little Danny write for 8 seasons, that's only real for your memories in second grade, but it's only glory moments not connected. Each day, each line of dialogue is just something you learned long enough to pass the test. The pre-farmhouse in Hartwell was just a false front. Inside the windows, behind the lace curtains, was bare dirt scattered with cigarette butts. The actor who played Danny's grandmother, if they were sleeping in the same shot, she used to spray spit. Her spit sterilized, her gin and sublime. Sipping red wine, Ken Wilcox says his life now is so much more. Eating animals, saving dogs. With every swallow, his coffee breaks up into a single word and spread wider and wider and wider. Just before his eyes close, he asks, "Stop saying this to me." My dog said, "I got nothing good. Skip is doing great." And Kenny Wilcox, he says, "Good. I'm happy to be here." He's asleep. Still smiling when I slip the gun into his mouth. Happy doesn't mean anyone anywhere. A gun not registered to anybody. My hand in the glove with a gun in his mouth and his finger wrapped around the trigger. Little Kenny's on his sewing strip in his room as his dick smeared with cooking grease and video of his own show playing on television. The real picture is the Kenny who downloaded to his computer hard drive. The hard copy pictures of kids getting screwed. They're printed and taped to the walls of his bedroom. The bags of paint stashed under his bed. The heroin crap buried in his sugar canister. Inside of one day, the world will go from loving Kenny Wilcox to hating him. Little Danny next door will go from a child to an icon to a monster. In my version of that last week, Kenneth Wilcox waved the gun around. He mellowed about how no one cared. The world had used and rejected him. He drank and popped pills all evening and said he wasn't afraid to die. In my version, he died after I bought him. That next week, I sold the story. The last interview with the child star loved by millions of people all over the world. And he interviewed not just hours before his neighbor found him dead, the victim of suicide. The week after, he was nominated for the Pulitzer Prize. A few weeks later, I win. That's only $2,000 that the pay off his long term. Any more than a day goes by when I'm not turning work down or my agent's fielding office work. No, I only do high-profile, big money, big magazine cover stories, national audiences. Anymore, my name means profit. My byline means the truth. You look at my address book, and it's all names you know from the stars, rock stars, best-selling authors. Everything I touch, I turn to famous. I moved from my apartment to a house with a yard for stick to run around. We have a garden, a swimming pool, a tennis court, cable television. We pay off $1,000+ a year for the X-rays and the activated terminal. Of course, you can still turn on some cable network and see Kenneth Wilcox, the little boy he used to be, whistling and pitching baseballs before he turned into a monster with gin spit on his face. Little Danny and his dog walking barefoot through the heartland of Apple. His syndicated ghost keeps my story alive. The contracts. People love knowing my truth about that little boy who seemed so happy. He writes before it needs to be shut for. This week, my dog thinks of another. It needs him. Me, I'm calling bed after bed trying to find someone who will save her. At this point, money's no problem. I can pay anything. Me and my dog have a great life. We're so happy. It's while I'm still on the phone, flipping through the telephone book, with my skin living. She stops right.
Chapter 6. Let's start with you. Mr. Lee would say. He'd say, let's start with the plot spoiler. The meaning of life. The unified view of the day. The big reason why. He'd always say, in the middle of his gallery, same cross with guns, so that his emotion stayed responsible. Chairs and sofas had been stuck during the laundry when he sat down and pushed the air out of them. There, under the high up echoing door, to pick up the June colors that had never seen. Among grass slabs and each of the red or orange leather, shining with the huge patterns cut out of the grass. Mr. Whitney would sit there, eating dry something and crunching handfuls of a mile on the bag. He'd say, let's get the big surprise over and done with. Even he'd say, it's just a big show, a big processing plant, a factory. That's your big answer. The big truth. Think of a lot of publisher. One of these drums that goes round and round, rolls 24/7, rocks and round, grinding round and round, polishing those muddy rocks to gemstones. That's the thing. Why goes round? Look at the rocks. This and litigation with the rights of they met the smart people crashing their house all the time. We were in a summer house party at Great Woodlands. The story we bring out is they just how survived, how crazy they that they died in a crate without any bombs. Still, that story had to be good, exciting, scary, and dangerous enough. We have to make sure it was. Mr. Bates clock, which is a protocol. We need them to get love with us. Our story needed them to follow and lead us, not make them used to death. Any call for world peace, Mr. B would say, is a lie. A pretty, pretty lie. Just about refused to find. No, we love you. Starvation, plague, fast track us to life. It's the body of a very, very young soul, Mr. Lear used to say, to try and fix the world, to try and say anything from their rational reason. You always love you. You are more important is why and we love disease, cancer, we love earthquakes, and things we love farmhouse, we love laughter, Mr. Lear says, we love forest fires, water fires, sweet rivers, we love terrorists, hijackers, pedophiles. God, how we love the television news. Pictures of people lining up inside the wall. We live in shock right under the fire and storm. We lost the news magazine photos of more everyday people torn to bloody shreds by suicide bombers. Great things without freedom hoppers, not slaves, disabled ships. This building has telegraphed the air. Mr. Lee would say, we love when airplanes crash. Evolution, passive rhythm, global family. No, Mr. Lee had no idea. The new bag was found in her bag or anything that needed beats. And he saw that my body closed right, sliced bits inside, dropped his pictures. So that pretty open every bag that held any kind of pork, chicken, reading something we can never digest. All the nylon bags pumped full of nitrogen gas. They were arranged by foot, stuffed into brown boxes, coffee and coal. In the boxes sent to dessert, the bags of dry cookies, right, being sealed inside a dry room. Inside the boxes sent appetizers, drinks, dry chickens, right, like burgers. Out there, if you're getting fat, this never found every box sent to desserts, hanging from chef Sessoms up to up walls. Just the speed of our soda, fast tracks, to light, water, and nitrogen, and bacteria, and air, and all the mold spores that were killing the season, carrying out long red air, leaving heat, which saved the body of sweet and sour water, and milk, lost its health. Before he had a thing sort towards the body to ruin every crevice in, he made sure the company was around. Before he mounted towards the crevice, the body to stab the silver bag up the trace houses under the change from ancient habitats going. Grayish only across the United States, among the last rivers, it's caught like elephant standing on the back legs, rearing up to smoke the sea from his teeth crunching another handful of dried steaks and rocks. Mr. Lee said, in our secret hearts heart, we love to root against the home team. Against you. It's us against us. Listen, we love the whole because it's the only way we finish our work here. The only way we finish our stories in life. The big processing station to the rock to pain and anger and conflict. It's the only path to what we don't know. But we forget so much when they're born. He says, people, it's as if you go inside the world. You lock yourself inside the world. No one wants to see you. And after you're inside a little long, you forget how the outside looked. Now, you forget your own face. He never seemed to notice how others was always missing from him. Mr. Lear just talked about somebody who's always sneaking downstairs and destroying the line of bag that was in the efforts as they were in. That's how long everyone else had said away. These just wanted to raise the stakes to ensure our rescue team would find us in silver bags of rich food and suffering permanently only goat. Shell assessed from the view of 7 parameters, chef's knives, cookers, flames, and kitchen shoes. Except for this blue, it's very trap show. She just uses teeth. You are perfect, but this wife is not. Mr. Williams said. You don't expect to fix an amusement park and stay forever. No, Mr. Williams knows that. And more to suffer. If you can accept that, he says, you can accept anything that happens in the world. I think yes. You can accept that. You have to have something. Instead, you run toward torture. You endure pain. Mr. Williams had no idea he was so good. At one point, that evening, Shell Sassy walked into the salon and still holding a bone in one hand. He looked at William and said, the washing machine's broke. Now you have to let us go. Mr. William looked up, still punching a mouthful of dry turkey tenders in his thing. What's wrong with the washer? And Shell Sassy held up something in his own hand. Not enough. Something that was dangling. He said, some desperate hostage couldn't cut off the plug-in. The object dangling to his hand. It's after that, couldn't wash clothes. Another plot point of the story of cash out. At that point, Mr. William Clark slipped the thing in his own hand inside the top of his pants. Saying, Mrs. Clark, Miss Williams pressed the spot inside his mouth and said, now that hurts. Watching him, twirling his rope with the cut-off plug-in, Shell Sassy said, I hope it's cancer. His fingers still in his pants, sun hitting through the bushes. Mr. William raised the elbow, took his hand between his knees. Mrs. Clark steps forward, saying, Brandon. And Mr. Williams slips to the floor, his hands going to his chest. The audience, for the scene movie, the scene old and moving star twisting a big pain in the red and warm carpet, the audience were all running down. Brandon. Mrs. Clark smarts him out. The line of black and legs dropped behind some cushions. Her eyes twitch across the room, slits in the air, and she says, oh, Brandon. Almost trying to be the apple behind the apple behind the apple. The last story alone. The truth. You look at your teenage version of the scene. You're all coaching things beauty pageants to say, oh my God, Brandon, oh dear sweet suffering Jesus. Mrs. Clark holds the back there to say, and she says, you just ate the equivalent of 10 turkey dinners. She says, why? And Mr. William mumbles, because, he says, I'm still a growing boy. In the future version, the beauty queen cries, you're splitting apart inside. You're going to explode like a burst appendix. In the version, Mr. William is sucking in, his shirt surged tight on his swelling belly, his fingernails claw buttons away. Just then, tight skin starts to tear, the weird nylon stocking gaps open, and blood spouts straight out. It clears the floor, a blood fountain that makes the audience scream. Sure, it's a little tight. His hands unbutton his belly. They pop over the top of his pants. Mr. William comes apart. Mrs. Clark holds out a glass of water, saying, here, drink some. Insane Guthrie says, no one, no hope. Mr. William, his mouth twists and he stretches out on his stomach against the red of the carpet. Each breath comes fast and sure as the dog's panting. It's his diaphragm, St. Guthrie says. The fluid swam in his stomach, his organs open, his children walking with water in the bottom. The 10 turkey tenders in the rooms are expanding up, compressing his diaphragm. So his lungs panting. Seeing this, St. Guthrie is still eating handfuls of trying something from his own stomach, chewing and talking at the same time. Then he got making something with his stomach splitting, found dominant happy with the blood in the body, and growing bits of turkey. Bacteria spinning in the small intestine, leading to peritonitis, St. Guthrie says, and infection of the cabin wall. In our version, St. Guthrie is tall, straight nose, and thick green glasses. He has a shock of thick wild hair, a stencil hangs on his chest as he says, dwarf, and peritoneum. Not his mouthful. He holds out one hand, palm, and demands, scalpel. In a version, it's not a true story. We give Mr. Williams shots of brandy and a moment to money. We want to see Guthrie's forehead with a little sponge, and tick-toes, tick-toes, loud. The woman victims sing out their rhythm. The lady held comfort for a big bad name. In reality, we just stand there. tight science. It's just this. Now, where's the goddamn key? Mr. Mark, it's an arm. Almost back. Mr. Mark says, yes, ma'am. We need to get you to a hospital. He was over there. Mr. He gave us the key. The stomach falling apart on the inside. That was the drive chips and turkeys and spinning and soaking up blood and water and fire, getting bigger to the skin of his belly. It's pregnant. Until his belly button pops out. That's all of this. It takes place in the spotlight of major downstairs captain. Him taking over the replacing yesterday's tragic scene. Sitting slander holds his finger in his nose. Using the same facility. His heart. It's a plot point we never to country. The first act of climax, and then we found lives with cash. Mr. Whittier's requesting a living event. Someone thinks of this one. Like looking at movies, Mr. Whittier's bill is splitting open his out ticket, a blank check, a free pass. You also need absorb and digesting the experience of your story. So you live, so you consider. To the stage, Mr. Whittaker says, his face buried in his comment, says, I'm ready to recite. And in the refrain, we all echo the title. What's happened so far? All the things to do. It's gas. That's just not the play. Mother Nature is planning to take off the children of rascals and see himself. Director denies to walk on and smoke nature. Sees himself
12 hours. 12 hours, family.
Please test. Test. How to stage.